Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Great to be here with you, Matt.
Boys, why do you keep saying my name like that?
What?
Matt.
Matt, your name is Matt.
What are you doing? Why are you hitting things?
Because it doesn't
Don't
work.
criticize it.
It's
no,
not-
I wasn't criticizing.
It's
I was just
not
making
like
sure
a
it didn't.
TV in the 90s. It doesn't get less staticky when you hit it.
Actually, that's helped me in the
It
past.
actually does. Sometimes.
Yeah. Try
I
it out.
actually grew up with
If
a
you
TV.
if you look at that thing, it looks like it was built in the 90s.
I actually grew up with a TV where the CHSN logo was burnt into the TV, or the Comcast Sports Network logo was burnt into the TV because we watched so much Cubs baseball.
That's something you'll be talking about over the next few months
Why?
because basketball's done and now it's baseball time.
What will middays with Matt now do?
Wow.
Every day it was college basketball and
You were
Husker basketball.
You were going to do that spring football
and
bit.
college football.
And did it last but one day?
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We need new ideas.
This happens
Middays
every
with-
year. You'll be fine.
Yep. You'll be just fine.
No,
We-
it doesn't.
we-
It doesn't happen every year. This is the first year it's happened to me.
You did a show last year.
Yeah. But,
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't the same.
You transition from sport to sport to sport to sport. It's a piece of cake.
So Matt,
Well, it's not like
Piece
I
of
knew.
cake.
It's not like when I knew the transition was happening anyway last year.
exactly.
It would just happen.
You got the NFL draft.
Yeah, I ain't talk about that.
You talked about
But
today.
it's boring. This year's a boring draft.
Okay. Well, never mind. You got the NBA playoffs. You got the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Did you hear? Did you hear this?
You
guy?
could talk
Did
about-
you hear
He
this
did- he
guy?
did
You
say
could
that.
do a.
Did you hear
He did say that.
You
Dude,
could
I
do
got the NBA playoffs. Okay.
You could do a daily position by position look at Nebraska football. You could do quarterback.
Running back, we're screwed. Wide receiver.
No,
yeah.
okay, spoiler alert. You could build a whole topic out
Topic.
of it. I'm just trying to help you, Matt. I'm just trying to help you. We got lots of
I
stuff.
mean,
that we're
how
gonna
many
talk-
of the positions would be the same analysis? Ah, they're young, not really experienced. Half these guys can really play well next year. Moving on.
Let's find out together, shall we?
Yeah, I guess.
That's the idea of the topic.
Mm-hmm.
We just find out how more and more 5-7 Nebraska will look this year. Or
There you
6-6.
go. Yep, exactly.
That'll probably be my prediction. Not going to move off of it.
You got 5 months to figure it out, and
I don't
maybe
thi-
doing position by position stuff will help.
Wait, you're 5-7?
No, I'm 6-6.
Oh, you're 6-6.
No, he's 5.
I'm 5-7. Nick, are you 5-7 or are you 4-8?
I'm 4-8.
Wow.
That's
I mean,
Well,
the
Nick is-
Bowling Green loss.
Nick is offended that Nebraska fans might be thinking just a little bit more
It's
positively. than
less
they were.
offended and more confused.
Hmm.
I don't understand
It's
how
called
they could
fandom.
look at the schedule and see that there's
how
less.
could you not beat Maryland?
Famous last words. Famous last words.
Remember when we said, "Oh my God, that Indiana game"? I mean, I know it's at Bloomington, but that should be an easy win for Nebraska.
There's
They
no
got-
way Nebraska loses to Minnesota. Am I right?
Mm.
Okay.
Well, yes, because
I
they're
didn't
not
say
playing them.
that. I was on a skeptical one. I picked Minnesota
By
to
the way,
cover.
I was listening to the morning show today, and I feel like they're trying to gaslight people into thinking the schedule isn't as difficult as it seems on paper. They're making
Really?
fun. They're calling them schedule mongerers or tough schedule mongerers.
Typically, it works the
Really?
other way around.
Yeah.
Typically, I feel like the schedule is harder than it is softer.
Yeah.
I mean, it
Yeah.
is objectionably harder than last year's was.
Yes.
And we saw what happened last year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
mean,
I'm
it's got-
confused.
Well,
How
what
many-
happened last year is that they didn't beat any of the teams that they were worse than, and then they
no,
lost.
they didn't beat any teams that were better. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah,
you're right.
then
Yeah,
they
yeah.
were worse then, and then they lost,
And they lost to
one
Minnesota.
game when they were clearly. Has Matt Rule beaten a team that's more talented than him in his time at
How do you
Nebraska?
define it? Like recruiting
By
rankings?
recruiting
Yeah,
rankings, but
just straight up.
I don't know if you can do that anymore because the recruiting rankings. I mean, with the portal,
Okay, but like clearly though, there are teams that are just clearly more talented than Nebraska.
The
Like
answer is
even-
the
probably
answer is no.
no. The answer is no.
The answer is no.
Wonder who the most talented
Because that
team-
would usually imply that they're winning games as an underdog.
And the games that they won
And
as
they're
an
not-
underdog
They
though
haven't
have been
won
to
too many
like
games as an underdog.
UCLA,
1
you
point
know?
underdog.
Yeah.
They haven't won any as like a dog.
Dude, they were a favorite against Michigan.
Wait, is that
I
true?
think they were a 1.5 favorite.
What?
Who?
I
Nebraska.
think they were a 1.5 favorite.
No.
I
They
thought
were
they were
a
a
point
point and a half
They
dog.
were a
Wasn't
dog.
it a pick 'em?
They were
It
like a
was
2.5 point dog.
It wasn't 2.5.
Dog.
I
I thought
might
it was
have
one
opened
and a
like
half.
that. It was almost damn near pick 'em at the end.
I
Chance-
remember thinking that they might be a favorite, and then they weren't.
Chance writes they couldn't get 8 wins with the biggest cakewalk the modern Big Ten could allow.
Low key.
Seriously. I did a
Literally.
comparison. I sent it to John.
No, I saw it. It was 20. It was 49. The SP Plus average was 49 last year. This year is 29. It's the
Yeah.
SP Plus average.
So
I read your graphics.
Thank you. If you literally just go like across like the toughest team last year versus the toughest team this year, second toughest versus second toughest.
No, I know.
This
bad.
schedule is literally harder on every game until you get to the non-conference. 12 versus 1.
And they were
15
supposed to
versus
play.
2.
Weren't they supposed to play Tennessee this year?
They were supposed to play Tennessee this year.
God,
but instead they're
can you
playing
imagine?
Bowling Green.
Bowling Green.
Bowling Green.
Do we have a drop for that?
No. I was just asking. Nick knows. Nick, that's why he's going to predict them to lose to Bowling Green because it is karma.
I have the answer.
For what? Biggest underdog?
That?
This is
Stibb says Nick is right. 4-8.
what
Thank you,
is
Stibbs.
what is Matt Rule's record at Nebraska
As a dog?
straight up
As a dog?
as a dog?
Probably, I would guess.
Well, actually, just how many wins?
Let's
they
talk
have?
this out real fast. Let's go back to year one.
They were-
Illinois, right? They would have been a dog on Friday night versus
they won
Illinois.
that one.
Ding.
And they were a dog against UCLA this year. At UCLA this year, they were a dog.
Ding.
Okay, so we
So
have
they
two.
won.
Are there any others?
So
Would they have been an
the-
underdog against Purdue in 2023?
Ding.
Yeah, that
Okay.
team won the division. People forget.
So,
that's
then,
3.
so then the one where the Wisconsin game at Nebraska,
They were favored.
Were
in
they?
that game.
Well, I'll just end it right here.
Is
You-
it over?
You
We
just
found the 3.
identified all 3.
So they are
Very
3
good. Very
and
good. I didn't know if you guys would get those.
They are 3 and
I forgot that they were an underdog to UCLA
you ready?
last year.
You ready?
didn't
I can
remember
do
that.
this.
That
I can do this.
putrid
How many
UCLA
times
team.
are they? How many times are they underdogs and they just lost?
well,
Straight
this
up?
is going to be a little easier.
So they've lost 19 games, right?
Yep.
And so
It's actually easier to figure out how many games they were favored in that they
they're favored
lost,
and
right?
lost, right? Were they
Were-
favored? Were they favored against Colorado?
I was just going to ask
They
you
were
that question.
favored
I think
against-
they were short
I
favorites
think
against
they were-
Colorado.
Yeah, they
well,
were.
which which answer do you want first?
Well,
Because I
well,
have the underdog page up right now.
I know,
I
but
think
this
they-
is a fun exercise. They were favorites against
do
Minnesota. They were favored against Minnesota this year.
See, wait, let's just go back to year one first. Favored in the first game of the season.
Yeah,
Were they favored against Michigan State that year?
I don't know. They were favored against Maryland.
I think they were favored against Michigan State. They were favored against
They
Maryland.
were favored against Maryland.
And then they played Wisconsin. They probably would have
They
been
were not.
underdogs.
They were
but
they were on the road.
favored against Iowa. Because
Yes,
I
they
remember
were.
betting against them because I was
Okay.
like, there's no way in
So
hell they're
there's
gonna...
4.
That's 4 in year
Okay,
one.
so year 2 now. What were they-
Illinois, for sure.
For
they were
sure.
7-point favorites, if I remember right, against Illinois.
And then
They weren't
I'm
against...
trying to remember all the games that they lost. They
Indiana.
weren't favored against Iowa.
They were favored against UCLA.
They were favored. They were favored by 7.5 points in that
They were big favorites. John and I did the show at Cross Train. I was triggered.
Well, the answer.
I think they were
is
favored
12
against Iowa as well in
one.
2024.
No way. On the road? No way.
Nebraska's always favored against Iowa.
No,
It's weird.
they were not. They were not favored in that. They were both 7-5 or something.
And then last year, they were favored against Minnesota.
That might have been it. Because Michigan, they were an underdog. Penn State, they were an underdog. Iowa, they were an underdog. They were an underdog against Utah. And their 5th loss was to Minnesota.
Is that it? Is that it, John?
That's it. So it's
They've
12.
lost-
You've actually.
Did we find them?
Oh, now.
I was counting just the
So it
number of
was
games they were favored that they
minus,
lost.
So
Oh,
11.
favored that they lost. You're way over.
Oh, what is it?
5.
Okay. So in year one,
So in year 1, they were favored over Michigan State and lost.
they weren't favored against Colorado.
They were totally favored against Colorado.
Did you have to click load more?
I did.
No way. They were underdogs against
were-
Colorado.
Yes, because remember that Colorado won.
I know, but I still
and
thought
blew
they were.
people away.
I get. You know what? The line might have moved that week.
Really?
Yeah, no, they were
seven-
not a favorite
on the
against
early,
Colorado.
On the early lines,
They
so
were-
here's on the early lines, they were 7.5 points.
Yeah. And I remember when it opened that week, it was like 2.5 or something short. So just Michigan State that year.
So Michigan State followed by Iowa.
Okay, so they were favored
Wait,
against
they
Iowa.
were favored against Maryland at home?
That must have been like a really
Was that
tiny.
Italia? Was that Italia Tagovailoa team?
Yeah, that was a bad game.
That
Let me
is-
I
just
had-
double-check
That's
and
the
make
one
sure I
with
have it
Laffy
right.
Taffy Connor,
That's
which
the-
we can't
that's-
play.
That's the 3 quarterback loss.
Thank you, Nick. That was terrible.
That was the Harburg Purdy.
I did the
Sims
show
game.
in 1290. Oh,
And then they were favored against Illinois in 24 on the Friday night,
I was there.
and favored against UCLA in 24,
Big favorites. Wow.
and favored against Minnesota.
I think there were
Okay.
7.5 against UCLA.
Against UCLA, where they were 7.5.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to
Against
smoke
Minnesota, they were
them.
7, and against Illinois, it was 9.5.
Whoa! I forgot that it was
Yes.
that big of a number. and then they got sacked 100 times in overtime.
Yes.
Remember that? They were at midfield. Matt, they were at midfield.
Oh, the Illinois. That might have
Friday
been
night
But do you remember?
catastrophe.
Do you remember the final? It was the final play or the second to final play where Dylan clearly got hit out of bounds, like both of his feet are out of bounds, and he gets rocked by an Illinois guy. And if Nebraska was competitive in those 4 plays, everyone would have been like, "Why didn't you throw the flag? Why didn't you throw the flag?" Nebraska got screwed. But it was like 3rd and 42, and everyone's like, "We don't deserve to get bailed out by this."
John and I were
team."
doing the show from the bottoms, and the most memorable part of that night is that it looked like we were driving
Driving a truck.
a big truck. But yeah, I don't even think anybody brought that up, that like Dylan was hit late out of bounds.
He was. I don't even remember that.
He was clearly hit late out of bounds.
I do not remember that.
He had like one.
Now we were also. It was hard to watch because we were trying to follow along
that
with the
sucks.
phone
On
and
our
everything.
phones, yeah, that was a very.
I mean, we were near the trains, and Nebraska got taken to the train station.
Yeah, that was a bad time.
That
Nick,
was
were
a-
you there that night?
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah.
was there.
Nick was the one that was. You weren't you watching with people over at one of their camp?
That
sites?
was. Are we talking about Colorado or Illinois?
Yeah,
Illinois.
Or no, Illinois.
Illinois. Nobody was there. Colorado, I was tailgating with people there because they had a party going on. Illinois, I just kind of sat up and watched by myself on my phone.
Raiola back to pass. He's scrambling. He's still scrambling. He's running the wrong way. He throws, and
I mean,
it's
it wasn't. Oh, it wasn't. It was there. It was Banks who got hit out of bounds.
Oh, okay. It was
yeah,
Banks.
it was Banks who got hit out of bounds.
oh, rewind that.
Yeah.
I was watching
Not
Dylan
Raiola.
the whole time.
Yeah. So he's now out, and then I mean, it's just not.
Yeah, that's not that bad.
Yeah.
I tried doing an exercise by myself where I named every single Matt Rule win, and
That's hilarious.
I was just like, what was every game that he won? And I think I got to 17 on my own.
Which ones did you miss?
I
Louisiana
missed,
Tech?
I got all the non-con games. I got the Sam Houston, I got the Houston Christian, I got the La Tech, I got the Northern Illinois, I got the
UNI?
the UNI game. I forgot about the Illinois game.
The Friday night game?
Friday night game. I totally forgot about the
Goal line stand?
Oh, no. Yeah, I forgot about the Friday night Illinois game. And then I forgot about when they beat Northwestern and Jack Lausch
In
in
2023.
2023.
Yeah.
I forgot
They went
about
3-0 in October that year.
I remember
It
them
was
going
those games
3-0.
sandwiched around the Purdue game.
And then I remember thinking, it's funny. I feel like I could name the losses so much easier.
Yeah, because their losses are certainly more memorable.
They're way more memorable.
Yeah, the wins aren't that memorable so far. They need
And
a
then
nice win.
I did forget that Nebraska football fans stormed the field after beating Wisconsin to get their.
I'm
6th
sorry,
win.
John loved it.
That is such weak sauce.
He said more power to
That
the
was so-
students.
it was so contrived too. It was like there was nothing spontaneous about it.
No,
It was-
I thought the Colorado one was the not spontaneous one. I don't know why they.
well, they both were.
I didn't
both
remember
were.
us
They-
talking about it against Wisconsin until it just.
That's
suddenly
because
stormed the field
people like
against-
Jack shamed everyone. Oh, why are you taking all the fun away? It's like this is stupid.
It
Hope
is
he's listening
stupid.
right
It,
now.
was stupid to get
majorly
to
stupid.
6 wins, and then what happened after that? They didn't win again until the bowl game.
I mean, you could.
Well, they only had one game after that.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. The
but-
Iowa game.
and so so you storm the field so you can go play a frozen cold game in Yankee Stadium against Boston College.
I don't believe it. It was chilly that day.
I will say.
Unbelievable.
And
if
you
they're-
did the post game show with John, and I helped out your microphone.
Yeah, it was the first time we ever talked.
Yep. You called me. Wow. Theo says 4-8.
If there's ever a symbol of like how far this program has fallen, it definitely was storming the field after winning 6
Yeah.
games.
Yes.
Undoubtedly.
Mm.
How
I
far?
would have understood it if they would have beaten it, if it would have been
a ranked win.
Hell, even if it would have only been a third win in 12 games, but against a number 1 ranked team.
Well, even
That
like-
I understand.
okay, so let's say
But just
hypothetically.
to beat a team you were supposed to beat anyway, by the
But
way.
the bowl game.
By the
John.
way, they were favored by.
How many points?
No, they were only favored by 1.5.
Oh, there you go. It's basically an upset for Matt Rule.
Yeah, that's true. I take it all back.
You know what?
In fact, you know what?
Good job, students.
In fact, you know what? All the kids right now just ought to walk out of class, walk over to the stadium,
Storm
and
the
storm the
field?
field again. It was such a monumental win.
See, like when Nebraska basketball beat Michigan State, and people were saying, "Act
Which
like
one?
talking about
Oh,
this
this year.
year, Nebraska basketball
months
beats
ago?
Michigan State 3 months ago." And people go, "Act like you've been there before."
Oh yeah, because the
And
players were like,
the
"Don't storm
players,
it
the
anymore."
players were saying
They were
that,
like, and
not
I was,
us,
I was
the
like,
players.
out of respect, I fully respect you guys, but at the same time, how am I supposed to act like I've been there before when I've never been there before?
Correct.
You know?
Well, but now,
Nebraska hadn't beaten Wisconsin since people like Matt were in diapers. I mean, they couldn't act like they've been there before with
yeah,
Wisconsin.
last time I checked,
That Wisconsin team was good.
Melvin Gordon wasn't on that team.
That's true. He was
Monty
not.
Ball wasn't on that team.
I don't even remember anyone who was on that team.
Exactly. That's how
Now that
memorable
running back
they
from
were.
Jersey. What's that guy's name?
There's a lot of them for Wisconsin.
That's true.
There's all of them are from Jersey.
One of them, though, he was good.
But going back to the whole Michigan State thing, because Nebraska had court stormings the prior couple of years by beating number one ranked teams.
Sure. But more
It felt a little contrived, but I will forgive that far more than I'll forgive her storming the field for the stupid Wisconsin game.
And act like you've been there before, too. It's like Nebraska's a ranked team beating a ranked team at home. How long had it been since that happened? Them being
it was
ranked.
like that Colorado stat, right? Or
Oh
the
yeah,
Kansas
yeah,
one, right?
exactly. It was a ranked versus ranked win, so it wasn't even that big a
But
deal.
so that's all right. So here's a hypothetical for you.
Okay.
Because you said like you wouldn't care if they won 3-9, but they ended up beating like the number one ranked team.
Yeah,
Stormed the
that's
field.
kind of a big
Okay,
deal.
so next year, right? Washington is the number. They come to.
Oh, they're
Lincoln.
number one?
No. They're the number 24 team in the country.
So they finally get a ranked win?
They finally
John,
get a
ranked win.
But they get a ranked win.
No.
You wouldn't allow a court.
I will allow.
Field storming?
I will allow Matt Rule's family to storm the field
Well, they do that regardless.
They always go down on the field after
because
the game.
that would be an accomplishment for the Matt Rule family. But for the rest, no.
Bring back Scott Frost. He never got to beat a ranked team.
Can I tell you right now, somebody who went to college who his team did not go to a bowl game in the 4 years I went to college.
Hilarious.
I would storm the field.
If they beat Washington,
If they beat a lowly ranked Wisconsin or Washington team,
because all of the students
never
have
seen it
ever known
before.
suck in disappointment. Do you know that if for the last
when is the Washington game?
wait.
isn't that a November game? No, it's late October. It's Halloween, maybe.
What
real
if
quick,
Nebraska's not that great?
the last people who were students to see Nebraska football beat a ranked team have been out of college for 7 years.
If they were freshmen,
If they were freshmen, they've been out of college for 6 years.
it's Halloween, John.
They are 28 or 29 years old. Those are the last students to see a Nebraska ranked win are 28 or 29 years old.
They have jobs. Families.
They have families. They're married.
So what difference does it make?
They're older than Nick.
I'm just saying you have to put yourself in the shoes of students who have been long suffering, who haven't been able to see their team
like I
have
can
success.
put myself in the shoes of the students who were long suffering when they stormed the field against a crappy Wisconsin team.
That's different. I totally agree with you. That's completely embarrassing. You were favorite. I don't disagree with you at all. But I wouldn't blame them if they now let's say this. Let's say they break the streak and then again later they beat a number 23 team. Yeah, no, don't storm the field after that.
John, you're okay with it if they storm the field if they beat Indiana, right?
Well, if Indiana's if Indiana's a number one team or something like that,
If they're number 3, is that okay still?
I don't know.
Really?
Wow.
What?
The defending
Whoa!
champs? That's nuts.
Wait, you can only storm the field if it's the number one ranked team in the country?
Contrived. That's all.
They
just
did it in
feels
92.
contrived.
They beat Colorado, and Colorado's ranked 8th.
Yeah, and that was dumb.
Wait, you thought that was dumb?
When they beat Colorado last year?
No, 92.
Oh, 92.
92. They were ranked 8th. They had the same ranking Nebraska had.
I will admit, having been of that age at that time, it felt a little dumb.
Wow.
Oh, crap. We haven't beaten them in 2 years. Oh, my God. I've so forgotten.
So Indiana has to be number 1 to
That's
storm?
crazy. That's an old man take right
That is not an old man take.
Yes, it is.
What
No,
about
it is
Ohio State?
not.
What about
Yes,
Ohio
it
State? If Ohio State's in the top 10, is that allowed? Or do they
Ohio
have to be
State is the
one?
number 7 team in the country, and they beat them. Do you storm the field?
That makes a little more sense because Nebraska hasn't beaten Ohio State in a while.
Wait. But they haven't beaten Indiana.
They beat them 4 years
They
ago.
beat them like 4
But
years ago.
but they haven't beaten this Indiana. They haven't
Mickey
beaten
Joseph
the
beat
national
them.
champ.
It's still freaking Indiana.
No, it ain't. They're the national champions.
But I'm just saying, they the reason why they stormed the field against Oklahoma way back when hadn't beaten them in a long time. The reason why they stormed the field against
Okay,
I guess Colorado was. I don't forgive the Colorado one. It was kind of dumb.
Non-denominational number 6 team in the country. Nebraska beats them. Non-denominational. Doesn't matter who they are. Beat the number 6 team in the country this season. Under Matt
Again,
Rule.
this all feels contrived.
I think
It's got to be spur of the moment.
I mean, if they beat Ohio State, they're definitely storming the field.
Sure, because it's Ohio State.
What if Ohio State's underranked and they beat Ohio State?
Then that would be weird. That means they're.
Yes, it would
I'm
be
a
weird.
happy guy if Ohio State's unranked.
Yes, it would.
I am cackling going into that game.
You know what? That would be the time Nebraska football would lose to Ohio State is when they're unranked and you think they're gettable.
Well, they almost did that one time. The one time they did beat them in the Big Ten.
That's true.
They
were
weren't
down by
the same
like
Ohio
17
State.
points.
They were down by 17.
And then you know what Bo Pelini did after that game, Matt?
He went on a rant.
Yeah, he went on a rant that was recorded where he talked.
Oh, I know about this one. I've been
fans.
told. I've been told.
Ended up on Deadspin.
Yeah.
Almost 14 years ago.
Where was the
13
Ohio
years.
State loss in Columbus on the Groin Kick Chronicles under Matt Rule?
Which one? Oh,
The
that one?
The one where they nearly won. They nearly knocked what would be the eventual national champion out of the playoff.
I don't think it was as high as you would think it would be. I'll go look.
Yeah, because it was, it wasn't.
It's Josh Hodson.
I mean, they were close, but it wasn't, I don't know.
All right. They were, let's see. That would have been what, 2024 Ohio State?
Mm-hmm.
39th, Matt. The game was
35?
39th.
Out of how many? 60 something?
70.
Yeah.
Well, I guess, wait, that's updated. That's with some of the stuff from last year.
Oh, okay.
Never,
What was the highest groin kick from last year?
Never mind. We only put the Michigan game in last year.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
Where was that? Where was that?
Low. It would have been tied for last.
Really?
Yeah,
I guess
because
it was
the
a
game
close
control,
game.
they had like no game control.
Yeah.
Even though the final score is a 3-point victory for Michigan,
Okay.
it was not a 3-point.
To move off
No.
of sports here from this crossover, I had a a realization.
Yeah.
My mother
Mm.
texted me and
Mm.
said, "Hey,
Sup?
it's your birthday.
This was Sunday.
What cake do you want? What type of cake?" And I'm sitting there, and I'm thinking, I don't have an opinion. I'm not like hankering for a vanilla cake. I wasn't hankering for a chocolate cake. I wasn't hankering for a red velvet cake. I was sitting there, and I was just like, I don't know if I like cake. I don't think I'm a cake guy. I don't really have an opinion on cake. I went with,
So what did you say? Can I have ice cream instead?
I did birthday brownies where we cut up a bunch of brownies and I put a bunch of little, candles in the brownies and I blew them all out and then ate the brownies straight up. And am I a child for not liking cake?
No.
Is this a more popular stance than maybe people have?
Cake is solid. I never have thought it's like the best thing, though. I would rather have ice cream.
We did not have cake.
Brownies are better than cake.
There were zero arguments from anybody. Zero.
Depends
Why
on the
don't you
cake.
have
It
cake?
depends on the brownies.
I think cake is falling off. I think cake. I think
mean,
cake
that's
is
okay.
overrated.
That's okay. I always ask for pie for my birthday.
What type of pie do you get? You're an American apple
a
pie.
blueberry pie.
Okay, good. Apple pie.
At blueberry or cherry for my birthday. But if it was
Gross.
like,
I
but
hate
if my
apple pie.
birthday was in like
Warm fruit. Bleh.
Oh, get out of here! If my
It is-
birthday
no,
was in
it is.
October, it'd be pecan pie.
Do you agree with me on this?
If you have to put ice cream on something to make it a better dessert, then
You
your
don't
dessert
have
is not
to.
good.
It just
Excellent.
enhances it. That's
If
all.
I-
You don't
if
have
I
Steve
to.
says pie is trash. Great job by you.
Okay.
No. Pies are trash.
Shut up,
Yes,
Stibbs.
yeah,
I
shut
love
up,
you,
Shut up,
No,
Stibbs.
no. Pie is great. I love pecan pie. Love pecan pie. That's my pie. Pie choice, pecan. Number 2, cherry. Number 3, blueberry.
Me into the trash.
No, all pie.
I don't want pie.
He's
Oreo
he's
pie.
Apple
weird.
pie and pumpkin pie, overrated.
You know, we have evidence of you eating pie and enjoying it when one of our fine listeners
No,
brought it
that's
to
true. Good
Cross
point.
Train.
I wanted
It's
to be
on our
nice.
YouTube.
I want it to be nice. I
You
wasn't
like
going to say
pie.
this is garbage.
You're a
to
pie
her
guy.
face.
Eventually, just like you did with roast, you'll
I had
grow
roast
up.
last night. I have roast in here, but then one of
You
our
have slop.
somebody.
What's for dinner? Riss's slop.
No, don't you dare say that about her food.
Oh, it's okay to say it about
Oh,
my
it's
wife's
okay, I
food,
can make
but
fun
not
of
about
John's
your
wife.
wife's
Yeah,
food.
of course it is.
Well, you and your wife haven't taken me to a movie, so I think
That's
I'm more
true.
so on the side of Josh and Riss.
Well,
Yeah.
we don't go to movies.
But I
so-
brought leftover roast today, but then somebody bought pizza, and so I decided to have that instead. And now, what's for dinner? Roast and mashed potatoes.
John, what if we hung out outside of the office? How would you enjoy that?
You
What
guys
would
should
we
watch a
do?
Cubs game together.
We should. We should get hammered together, John.
Matt
John
doesn't
doesn't,
like
get
Cubs.
hammered.
I don't really get hammered.
See?
Okay, but what if you did it with me? How enjoyable would that be?
I have no idea.
Well,
I think
but
it'd be a great time.
might as well find out, John.
I know. Come on.
We have a
what if I-
coworker in the building who wants us to do an after work gathering and wants John there. Says we need to make John come.
What if this was content? 1620.
Yeah.
What was that, Mark? What did you do?
I said something.
I didn't hear.
I wonder if it'll work. Nick, are the drops broken still?
Yes.
What on earth?
Wow. Really? So the mouse works, but it just.
What happened?
Designated Hitler.
Oh, wow.
You hit it. Yeah, you hit
Whoa,
that one.
under.
Wow.
Under.
You just made the under yourself.
I mean, it lights up the little thing.
Should we do,
but it
should
just
we,
doesn't play.
should we do the
anything.
thing where like John hits it and then I do the wow?
What was that?
Was that R2D2 when he got his head exploded in the Battle of Coruscant?
Or is
How
I do
did
a
you
Gus
figure
one?
that out? How do you speak Matt that well?
I've watched Revenge of the Sith a lot.
What? How about do a Gus one? Holy Chicago,
You have better impressions than that.
dude! I did a John Baylor today, and people were impressed.
First day.
Were they really
John,
impressed,
come-
or are you just telling yourself that they were impressed?
Come on! When you get into broadcasting.
I mean, I guess I can kind of.
First time I ever met John Baylor, I go, "Hey, you got any advice for a young broadcaster like me?" He goes, "Yeah. Start a business before you get into broadcasting. Start a business. That's how you got to make money." That's what he told me. He didn't tell me prep well or meet people or make
start a
connections.
business.
He just told me to start a business.
It's not nasally enough.
By the way, Stib says that you can crash on his
Come
couch,
on.
John.
Come
what?
on.
Stib says you can crash on his couch.
I ain't crashing on your couch, Mr. Anti-Pie.
Wow. Just because he doesn't like pie? you're
That's
not gonna-
that's borderline communism, man. Don't like pie.
Well,
I didn't know Stibbs was an anti-pie.
I know. I love it. I just learned something and I like him even more today. And I already like Stibs
I
quite a
knew you
bit.
two were morons. but
We're great
geez.
people. We're great people.
Pie is delicious.
Yeah, you guys are idiots. Pecan pie? I would love pecan pie
Pecan.
right now. That's what you sound like.
Nice.
I'm saying how I want to say it.
I love pecan pie.
I didn't use that many syllables.
By the way, you
Pecan.
also put ice cream on cake, or some people do.
Yeah.
There's also cake
Yeah.
that is ice cream.
Ice cream cake.
That's
See, now
overrated.
that's what I get.
That's overrated. Cake
Really?
flavored ice cream.
No,
No,
not
it's
cake
agree.
ice
flavor.
cream cake.
It's ice cream cake.
Yeah.
Oh, ice cream cake. Oh, well, that's
Yeah.
a whole nother.
There is
oh,
cake
yeah.
flavored ice cream though.
Yeah, and it's not. They call
You
it
don't like
birthday.
that? You don't like the
it,
birthday cake
It
flavored
doesn't
ice cream?
taste anything like birthday cake.
It definitely has a taste to it.
I think
though.
it's
Well,
supposed
no,
to
I know
invoke
it
the
has a taste.
vibe of birthday cake, not actually
the
be birthday cake.
vibe.
Yeah.
It's all about the vibes.
It's like with Doritos, if you get the late night taco Doritos, it's not actually supposed to taste like a taco. It
Supposed
just
to taste
gives
like
you
late night.
the vibe of a taco.
No, the vibe happens when you sit on the
It's
toilet.
supposed to taste like a late night. Why is this taco flavor laced with whiskey?
It's late night.
Why does this taste like sadness and bad decisions?
Yeah.
Mm.
Tastes like stale cigarettes and bad decisions.
Ugh. Gross.
Blah,
It sounds like
blah.
they should just call it the berries flavored Doritos.
Stib says I like sweet cherry pie and then a cat whistling emoji and then a winking emoji. What could that mean?
What,
Like
has-
the song Cherry Pie?
What? After a late night, Nick made
She's
Stibbs a
my
sweet
cherry
cherry pie.
There it is.
Yeah, that song?
Yeah.
I can't believe we don't have drops today.
Did not. Yeah, I know.
This is very upsetting.
I
Didn't
mean, we
affect
have
me.
drops. It's just very like,
Slow.
yeah, I can. That one works. It's weird,
Now
but
are
that's
they
the only
going
one that
out
works.
over? See, that explains why the dog of the day it didn't play on the YouTube, and I was like,
Oh,
what,
really?
what
No, it
happened to
didn't
the
play on the YouTube because these
Yeah, yeah,
aren't in
yeah.
program.
when
too.
did this episode
Dog.
happen?
dog?
What?
That the drop started.
This morning.
This morning.
I was listening to the morning show, and Joey was like, "It's still not working."
There were like 6 different fires this morning that Joey walked into.
Yeah, one of his hosts wasn't there.
That too.
That was one of his.
That
fires.
was one.
Wait,
The other was there was so
I'm not
much.
the only jackass anymore. Let's go.
There was so
It's
much
not me, Austin.
slush on the satellite, which apparently is fiberglass. I learned that out. I learned that.
What
out today.
slush is fiberglass?
No, the satellites are all fiberglass.
No.
So I
I don't know what that means. Is that bad?
I
No.
have micro glass in my hand now, so that's fun.
Why didn't you wear gloves?
I did.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Glass is sharp, but I had to get that off. But
Wuss.
we weren't getting any Fox.
You should be able to. You should want to get cut for this job.
We
I would
weren't getting
love to-
Fox,
Where's the
so it
broom?
was
I would
silent
love
here.
to
The
bleed
broom's
during a
there.
radio
It was
show.
just so heavy and slushy that the broom wasn't getting it all because it started to compact.
What are the
Wow.
other fires?
Weird legal ID stuff happening with Zot. That was less his thing that he had to deal with, but there's been a lot of
Wow,
fires.
a lot of
today.
fires.
A lot of fires.
So-
This.
So I'm guessing maybe this has something to do with all of this.
That's a bummer.
I would love
I
to
got
bleed
nothing.
during a radio show and like get it on my shirt and then retire the shirt.
I'm not bleeding. It's
Like
just
Master
uncomfortable.
Bled. This is what he did.
I don't know how you would have gotten it.
Radio
I mean,
showing.
how would you? What kind of gloves are you wearing?
They're
Like mittens?
Seriously, I have a big question about that. How did you get shards
Yeah.
of glass on your hands with
It do-
gloves?
it
I
doesn't
can
make
show you my gloves. They're like work gloves, but they're also
Are they like
outdoor
your work
gloves.
gloves with your
Wow,
Carhartt uniform?
That's just very weird.
Brandon says all desserts are good, but I'm fat.
Yeah.
Where's Carol?
There's not that many bad desserts.
I don't know.
Yeah. What's-
My grandmother, I loved her so much. She was a very good cook.
There's a huge butt coming.
She made this pudding once that I hated.
Yeah.
What is
And it, I don't know. It might have been pistachio based. It was like this weird green color. And it's the only thing she ever
Probably
made that I hated.
pistachio.
And
Right.
I didn't know how to react. My grandma's never made anything bad except for that one time.
Wow, interesting. It's all pistachios are nuts.
I know.
Interesting.
Overrated nuts.
I would agree. I mean, again, decent nut, edible nut, overrated nut.
I'm an overrated, underrated police guy. I love calling things overrated or underrated
Well,
Pistachios.
properly rated.
or properly rated.
Yeah.
Pistachios, overrated. Underrated, cashews. Properly rated, pecans.
Pecans.
Cashews are underrated. I agree.
I could house a whole
I love cashews.
thing of cashews right now. Like if I was at Wrigley and they were like, cashews, cashews, get your cashews. I'd be like, hell yeah.
That's something you don't see much at a
No.
baseball game.
What if we had like
Cashews.
artisanal nuts like being sold at Wrigley?
Tay says nutting in
Get your
general is
pecans!
overrated.
Pecans!
Similar says cashews are not a nut,
Yeah, neither are peanuts. They're a legume.
but it says nut.
That's true.
Why aren't they called pea legumes?
That's a great question. One pea legume.
Why do we
please.
call them W when it is really a double V?
True. The Vivitch.
So I write my W's like a U. So maybe I'm
Why?
you don't.
Well, it's cursive.
Yeah, you don't.
I
Oh,
write-
maybe
I write
that's
cursive.
why. Maybe they call it W because cursive.
Hadn't thought about that.
Look at my prep.
Gosh,
Cursive
so
writing.
so much prep, so much writing.
A lot of writing.
A lot of writing. Trayvon Lenhart, know the name. So apparently Nebraska basketball is going after.
Okay.
He's from Utah Valley.
Cool.
Well, I think that's it.
Yep.
Matt, great to see you.
Let's see.
Enjoy your
crossover.
pecans tonight.
I don't know when I'm going to go on a walk and let's get close.
There you go.
What a combination of things to say.
At least it
Uh-huh.
won't be snowing on you.
No, you idiot.
I have a hot take about snow. Stay tuned
Oh
later on
no!
in the ground.
No!
John is correct.
No.
It's not
What?
Josh's fault anymore.
It's the rest of our fault.
It's
for
our
listening.
fault for caring. What you should do is let him do your hot take and then just don't say anything. And be
Hmm.
like, coming up next, Creighton basketball. Who's going to fill Kalkbrenner's shoes? We'll find out.
We're asking that question 2 years later.
Sure, because that's a better
Who's going to
question.
take
than
up for
whatever.
Michael Jordan on
I'm-
the Bulls?
It's a better question than any rancid weather take that's going to
I'm
come
going to
out
be real
of
with
your
you.
Rancid.
disgusting.
I
pie
called
hole.
it the negative zero, negative temps thing. I nailed that one. Why don't you praise me for it? Good job, Josh.
Oh my God, look at miles per hour. Trace Mydroth went 343 miles per hour.
Look how many people are there. By the way, did you guys
I mean,
see the
it is the
video
light size.
out of Minneapolis last night? Did
Yeah.
you see that? Did you see that?
Oh no, what did they do now?
So they did a video, their local broadcast of the starting lineups,
Oh,
and it was like Sunday Night
broadcast.
Football,
Okay.
where it was.
Oh my God, it was so bad.
But in the background, there are like 10 fans at the game. It was
so bad.
incredible.
I mean, the idea of doing the lineups that way is fine. It's the producer's responsibility or the director's responsibility to say, you know what? Maybe we should just show something else
Yes.
besides a drone shot of our empty stadium.
Do like a picture of the skyscrapers, which, by the way, I'm still getting used to Omaha having another one. I'm like driving, like, look at that building.
We need,
over
we
there.
need one more.
I
We
mean,
need
it's
one
been
more.
there
I
for a
agree.
while.
No, I know, but it's like noticeable now.
Mm.
I just
No,
don't.
we need-
I don't drive downtown very much.
I would trade the streetcar for one aesthetically nice.
How long is it going to
skyscraper.
take? So we got FMBO what, like 20 years ago? First
Has it
national.
been that long?
I think it's been a close to 2 decades. I think
John
longer.
brought up a great point the last time we talked about this. Too many people work from home.
That's true, but we can do it. Let's just do it for
That's what I'm saying. Just for the
It's an
aesthetics.
empty
just
building.
To, just
What
to,
we
yeah, just
need-
to look good.
Is another mayor that kind of sucks, doesn't live here, and then has a bad radio show after they're done being the mayor to be the mayor,
Wait,
and then
she's on
build
the
a new tower.
radio now?
Yeah, she is.
in St. Louis.
Nope,
Where's she on the radio?
I'm not. It's a competitor.
I'll screw her.
Yeah,
Go find out.
She got all bent out of shape because she wanted the mayor to jump on with her, and he's like, "No, what are you doing?
beat you. What the hell are you going to
Whoa,
talk about?
she is a competitor.
Yup.
Wow.
She got all
She's
mad.
competing with Matt.
Oh.
Me versus the mayor.
Take her down.
Former
Oh, we
mayor.
should put her on the dead to us list.
Sounds good to
I
me.
think I should.
wow,
make-
this is
I think
new.
it should be a daily bit that
Yeah, I found
somebody
out about
calls
this last
into
night.
that show every day and reminds her how stupid the
Hey,
streetcar
would
is.
you rather listen to a mayor who made some bad decisions or me find out about women from the 80s?
Yeah,
What's more
excellent.
entertaining?
I'm gonna take you.
Let's get Cutler on this. Let's get some new reads coming
It'd be
in.
funny
Yeah.
if John said her.
Our competitors wanted to build a streetcar to nowhere. Matt picked Notre Dame to lose to Georgia.
Who's a bigger idiot?
There you go.
She wanted the mayor on her show to defend himself, I guess, and he's like, "No, I'm not.
Good job by
I'm
him.
not going to do that." And then she called him out for it, and he's like, "This is dumb. Do you know what station she's on?
Yeah.
That would be a witch hunt."
Good job by him.
Also,
Friend of
I
the-
beat you. I beat you. You're a loser.
Friend of 1620, John Ewing.
Thank you, Mayor John Ewing.
Yep, remember?
John, if you want to come on the show, my man, and you can answer for her wrongdoings, let's do that. That'd be great. But John just comes on, and John and I just have a great time together.
All right.
There's your crossover before
Did
it
I
gets
start
too,
beef with the former mayor?
before
Uh-oh.
it gets
I'll
too
start beef with
political.
her. I don't care.
Brought to you by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, I'm glad we all survived the Snowmageddon. Now we are here just huddling up, licking each other's wounds in the aftermath.
44 degrees outside.
It's pretty damn cold.
It's normal.
The dog's cold.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Woods is a lot less likely to go outside when it's like this, because he's just a skinny little thing.
Yeah,
He
his
doesn't
wood
have
hides when it's cold.
He doesn't have as much hair as Miss Wrigley does. Wrigley, she don't mind the cold. Woodsy's a little more sensitive.
Yeah.
And we're still trying to get the little guy to, not pee in the house.
Piss boy.
Though it's funny, knock on whatever this is, wood.
Your dog?
Woods.
Knock on your dog.
The dog now only pees when my wife's at home, not when I'm at home.
Guess
Maybe-
we know who the dog's favorite is.
I don't know if it's about that or if I just let him out more often. I'm not sure. But
Good question.
I have never seen. Woods is now 17 pounds.
Okay.
Took him to the vet the other day. 17 pounds.
Good job, Nick.
I swear to you, he pees half of his body weight. I have never seen a dog.
It's like not a night after a bender.
It is. It's
First
like
trip to the toilet.
It's like after you've had like 4 or 5 beers and you realize I really have to go to the bathroom.
Time to break the seal.
But it's almost every time. He could be laying down for like an hour. What was it this morning? Yeah, it was this morning. And after some roughhousing around the house, and then he took a little nap. Then I heard him rustling. He said, "You know what? Probably time to let him out." It had maybe been 2 hours since he had last peed.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And he was still good to
And
go.
I should have put a stopwatch on it. It was incredible.
Now it's weird because you
understand.
said with your wife he's peeing inside, but
He
with
is.
you he's not. Even though with you let him out and it's like he's never gone to the bathroom.
I know.
before.
I don't get it.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't get it. But Wrigley's like 4 times his size. And she doesn't pee that long.
Maybe she's like a camel.
She must be.
She's storing it for later.
She must be.
Mm-hmm.
It's strange.
Yeah, sounds strange.
But he's doing it. He's being a good little boy.
Good.
He's being a good little boy.
Good.
Growing before our eyes. Welcome to the Grum, brought to you by Union Bank and Trust.
What up?
Where your money has people. I love it. We got baseball on again today.
Baseball's on, basketball's done, and Nick is ready for football season. And he can't respond right now because his microphone isn't on.
Well, he could turn his microphone
We're trying
on.
to fix things. We can't see him, though. If you can't see him, I don't think we should hear him.
That's not nice.
Those are the rules. Disembodied voice.
Radio is a disembodied
I like
voice.
baseball more than football.
Interesting. And yet, as we get ready to do the Grum Down, nary a mention of a slice of college baseball because
Strange.
it is canceled today. Because someone wants to talk more football.
Remember all those fires I talked about?
That's why Nick booked Bill Connolly for the show on Thursday. Great get, Nick.
Michigan shocks the world. The portal is like rush hour traffic on Dodge. A lot of portaling going on.
Busy?
Yeah, busy.
Okay. I was like, what's that like?
Nebraska ball's 2-week test begins. Those poor kids, man. You'd think that college kids don't take tests anymore.
They do.
The Nebraska ball team, 2 weeks worth of tests.
Are you saying that college kids don't take tests anymore?
No, I'm saying the general you.
Oh.
Because it's not about the academics anymore. It's just about
It's
getting
about,
paid.
that's true. It's just
That
about winning.
They say, they say that, college sports isn't about the college anymore. Well, tell that to Nebraska. They're taking 2 weeks.
I will
worth of
tell that
tests.
to Nebraska.
They're taking 2 weeks worth of tests.
Big tests.
Speaking
Huge
of that,
tests.
Michael Brunts will talk about that.
Oh,
with
baseball.
Husker247.com.
Speaking of baseball.
I have 0 non-baseball questions from Mr. Brunts.
Okay, you're an idiot. I have multiple non-baseball questions.
Like
for him.
what? Give me one.
I wanted to ask him about the national championship last night,
Okay.
and I did have one football question too.
Mike Farron joins us.
Baseball, but at a later time.
Yes, a little bit later today.
What happened?
I don't know.
Is he getting ready for baseball?
He texted me last night and said, "Could we move back?" I said, and I gave him a couple of times, and he took one.
Is he on the video stream today, or is he gonna be on the phone?
Good question. He didn't not say he wasn't going to be on video, so perhaps he will.
Perfect.
Maybe he's doing some more shopping again. Remember that one time where he'd just gotten home and was putting away groceries?
I do remember that time. Wow, those were the old days.
Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com.
More football.
Possibly.
There you go.
The super hot take market.
Involving weather in one of mine.
Oh,
Yep.
good God.
Yep.
An emailer to the Grum, that would be the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Ooh, kind of going after Nick with this email.
Making a strong case for 7 or 8 wins.
There you go, Nick.
And with the last person out of Knoxville shut off the lights. The Tennessee version of Knoxville. The less cool version.
Not
of
as cool as
Knoxville.
the Iowa version
the
of
Iowa
Knoxville.
version, much cooler than the
Interesting.
Tennessee version.
Yeah.
Much
I
cooler.
don't really know if that's
They
the
have
case.
more Casey's. They have more sprint cars.
That's
and
true.
less people dressed in orange.
They have a movie theater that you go to with your pal.
We never go
Where's-
to movies in Knoxville. I don't know if they have a movie. Oh, they probably
I
do.
thought you always see a movie with him.
Well, we go to Des Moines.
Oh, I thought you always went to one in Knoxville.
No.
Do you go to the AMC in the mall?
Which mall?
Merle Hay?
Oh, the
What's the one in
we like to go to the
West
other
Des
one.
Moines?
The Copper Creek. Is that it? Does that sound right?
That sounds
It's
like
the
a
one in
theater.
Southwest Des Moines. It's much
Okay.
bigger.
Ah.
The Merle Hay has kind of gone the way of the old Crossroad, West Road, or
Crossroads.
Crossroads.
Yeah, remember when they were building a new Crossroads? Whatever happened with that? There's just a big hole in the ground. Was that the mayor's fault
There's a-
again?
there's
the
a-
new radio host in Omaha? Yeah, don't listen to that garbage.
Good news is there won't be a streetcar going there.
I've never promised to build a mall and then left a hole in the dirt.
Or was I thinking of Jordan Creek? I always get Merle Hay. and
Jordan Creek, that's the
Jordan
one,
Creek. Yeah,
not
Merle
Copper
Hay is
Creek.
rough.
Yeah, Merle Hay used to be the mall, but now it's kind of like run down.
Jordan Creek is the actual mall.
By the way, we got a
Thank you.
text from Bill into the Prairie Flower
Hey,
Casino
Bill.
Zone hotline.
Hey, Bill.
402-951-1620.
Bill?
It's going back to your dog. Sounds like a superhero movie. Camel Dog and Piss Boy.
Camel Dog.
Camel Dog. It's like a sausage party. It's a movie for adults.
Their superpower will be we're not going to save the day. We're just going to start,
We're peeing on
playing.
stuff.
We're going to, one's going to pee and the other one, and then go lay on the bigger dog
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever
and
watched?
wrestle and play tug of war with the chew toys.
Have you ever watched Sausage Party more than one time?
No,
I've
I
only ever seen it once.
I
I
just
and
only
it
saw
was
it the
fine.
one time.
Yeah, I just saw it the once.
Just saw it the one time.
Yep.
I probably need to see it again.
Maybe
Eh.
a movie club movie.
Maybe. How would we talk about that?
I mean, you can talk about. There's a lot of plot that happened.
Yeah.
Things
Talk
happen.
about the end, the last 10 minutes of the
I honestly
movie.
don't remember the ending of it,
Oh,
so maybe it could be fun.
I don't remember. I don't remember a whole lot.
I
about
just
any
remember
of
being
it.
very vulgar and laughing.
Yeah, it was
I think I
vulgar.
thought it was
that
gonna
was
be
a movie
funnier.
I saw in Des Moines.
There you go.
oh,
By the way, speaking of movies this week, Nick,
The Fifth Element.
you picked it. That's why I
Yep.
pointed at you.
Listener, is it Andrew? I think it was Andrew. He
Andrew.
dropped off the
Andrew.
Blu-ray for us all to enjoy if we would like.
So you're gonna share a Blu-ray?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna watch it on streaming.
That's fine.
Yeah,
He's giving us the option to. I'm gonna watch it on Blu-ray.
That's very kind. Very kind.
my DVD player is not a Blu-ray.
You don't have a Blu-ray player?
I don't think so.
You had an
What? It's been
Xbox.
so
I thought
long.
you had an Xbox.
Oh well, my son's.
That's a
don't.
Blu-ray player.
But it's probably in their bedroom.
Well, yeah, it's hooked to their TVs, not to
You're the
mine.
father of the house. Take it.
If they
Oh,
bought
that's
it, though.
okay. I didn't know. That's all right.
Mm.
I would hasten to take away their joy of playing video games for
Excellent.
the 80th time of the day.
Not to go too inside baseball behind the scenes. Are we allowed to go to break? Ooh, we're finding out the answer to the question.
We are finding out
In
the answer to
real
the question.
time.
It's probably Probably should have asked about that a long time ago.
I wish we would have. Wow,
Because now this really is going to change everything.
we are allowed. Okay, that's good.
We are allowed.
Whew, thank God.
That way we can stay on.
We're trying to
clock.
get our drops back. People are demanding the drops. We want to deliver them. Also bumps and those types of things.
You realize once this gets fixed, we're still not going to have many drops.
Yeah, that's because Nick is our producer. You do not have to
I
remind
still
me.
think I have more drops comparatively.
Compared to whom?
The other shows.
I mean, they don't have very many drops either.
That's
though.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
problem though. Or our station has ceased to use drops like it should. It's very sad.
Yeah, it's almost
If
like
I was the mayor of Omaha, I'd bring back drops.
it's like woke has come for the drops.
I don't like it. It's very
Not
sad.
a fan.
Old man Doug has written an email in his own Equitable Bank inbox, which is one of the ways you can get in touch
John
with
at
us.
1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com.
He says there's a possible poll question. Will Al Huss have more success at Creighton in 10 years than Mac? Arguably is equally qualified as he rebuilt High Point very fast. And remember, Mac struggled at Iowa State. Thoughts?
Did somebody mention that we can do poll questions now on this?
Nick did, yeah.
Gizmo?
I don't even know how, though.
Yeah.
Go to widgets
Oh, widgets. Oh, look, there's a widget.
and you can do.
Oh, here we
poll.
go.
Oh.
I don't know how that works yet.
Let's try it right now. Okay.
Well, you do that
I'm gonna
while
do it
I
right
take
now.
us to break.
okay.
By the way, you can also hit us up on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, 402-951-1620. Our zone Twitter feed is powered by Liquid Trucking. That's at USC 1620. Wow. And there it is.
Look at that. Now,
But now who vote? How do you vote?
I'm going
do
to
you walk
YouTube.
up to your television, or if you're watching on TV, or you walk up to your computer and like touch it?
how do you do it?
Yeah. How do
Show
you,
up in a chat somewhere.
yeah. How do you vote?
Oh, you type 1 or 2 in the chat.
Oh.
All right. Well, now let me do this.
Can I get a 1 in the chat or a 2?
I'm going to do a 2. He will definitely not have more success. Let's see. 2. There we go.
Wow, you hate her.
No, I've already said this.
You suck.
Look at all these votes. Oh, that's so cool. How exciting. Look at that. I'm seeing it behind the scenes.
Now the 7 people in the YouTube comment section will vote every time.
Lots of no votes coming in so far.
Oh, shocking.
What? Doug wanted to ask the question. We did. 10 votes for no, 5 for yes.
Mm.
All right. Well, this is fun. We can do this for Big Red Overreaction this fall.
We could.
Are you happy now? Yes or no? This is going to be great. Wow. Awesome.
I think we really missed an opportunity here. Now knowing how you can vote in said poll question, which I assume, so if you're commenting in the YouTube comments, you just type in a 1 or a 2.
1 or a 2.
Yep.
Pretty easy.
Now, does it now pollute our comments with a bunch of 1s
we
and 2s?
have a lot of comments.
See,
Also, we
I-
need to go to break too.
Yeah, let's go to break quick.
We'll figure it out on the other side.
We really should have asked the first question. Do you have to go number 1 or number 2
We can do that
Nice.
next segment, maybe.
on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network? The voting is dang near over.
Will Creighton be better with Al Huss?
No. The food fight, the Omaha food fight, brought to you by again the Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. Oh,
Drover
man.
versus Dinkers.
Why is this not available? Oh, do you have a weird?
No, I have the normal MLB TV. I paid
Huh.
$150, and it's just MLB TV.
Oh, well, we
Guess
can't
we're
see
watching
that.
Orioles White Sox.
Guess we're watching the Orioles and White Sox.
Anyway, the Omaha food fight.
Yeah, the
John.
championship. It's the Drover versus Dinkers, and the voting ends today.
Mm-hmm.
So you better jump in now. Go to 1620thezone.com. Vote for your favorite Dinkers versus the Drover. 1620thezone.com.
Juan Claude writes, Drover is king.
Drover's good.
Mm-hmm. We do love
I
the
have
Drover.
not had Dinkers yet, so I cannot speak to that.
I like both of those places.
I cannot speak to that.
I like both of those places.
But I can speak to this.
The national championship game?
Yeah, Michigan won.
The Michigan Wolverines, your national champions, John.
I hope you're happy.
I am. Thank you for asking,
The
Nick.
tainted
Tainted?
Wolverines.
Why are they tainted in basketball? They haven't done anything illegal there that we know of.
I mean,
The football program stink lingers.
it does. It's pretty stinky. And it's Michigan. Do you really want Michigan people to be happy? Haven't
I
they
used
had
to
enough,
live there.
Haven't they have enough happiness in their life?
It's cold still up there, I would imagine. They probably have snow on the ground. Can you imagine snow on the ground in April, John? I can't.
Well, I can.
I literally cannot.
I mean, there is the concept of the fact that, Michigan went out in the transfer portal, and this is the first national champion to feature a starting lineup that had 0 guys who had started with the program, which I know today doesn't sound all that shocking.
I was going to say, it's just the start of an era.
But it is the start of an era where you're going to have probably more and more of these teams.
Yeah.
Where, the starting 5, none of them actually started their college careers at that school. And listen, I mean, they went out and they didn't go out and get just a bunch of
mercenaries.
Mercenaries isn't the right word, but like the highest recruited players.
Correct.
I mean, Cadeau was like an afterthought at North Carolina. Now, Lindenberg was big. That was the big one.
Yeah.
But everybody else, they weren't necessarily at the top of the list. But Dusty made it a hell of a job of finding the right guys that fit what they wanted to do, got big,
huge,
got really
absolutely
big.
A massive basketball team.
And it used to be that being bigger in basketball was better. But then the game got a little bit more skilled. It was a lot more 3-point shooting, and all of a sudden it's like, well, maybe the big man isn't as important. No, the big man is still important. And they created this roster and then went out and proceeded to dominate. And, this is a group that had no experience together. And heck, by the time they went to Las Vegas, it looked like they'd been playing together for years, as well oiled as they were. And then, swept through most of the Big Ten schedule and then swept through this tournament. And proved last night that they didn't have to win a game that got into the 80s or 90s. I mean, UConn did
they did the script, right?
A lot of the things that they needed to do. They slowed the game down to a crawl. It was a physical game. And yet Michigan won. And outside of, trailing for a little bit in the first half, the game control was completely theirs.
The thing, too, that jumped out to me is that they did not look anywhere near the best version of themselves, and they still, I don't want to say comfortably won, because the last couple of minutes, they got a little tighter. UConn has the ball down by 4, and you're wondering what's about to happen as they shoot a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
But they did not play a good game. I mean, neither team did. There was the stat that I saw. I imagine everybody's seen it this morning. 11 of 48, the two teams were from 3, which is the second worst we have ever seen in a championship game, behind only UConn and Butler back in 2011. And the difference is 0.2% of a percentage, 22.9% versus 22.7. It was not a pretty game. I saw a lot of discourse last night about the Final Four being played at football stadiums, the national championship being played at football stadiums.
Well, we've been doing that for 25 years.
No, it's longer than that. Michael Jordan shot his game winner with North Carolina in the 80s at a football stadium.
Right, but that was like the first one. Then there were a few that were in arenas after that, but I think when was the last?
Well, I know that Duke in UNLV, they played at the Metrodome, like back in 91. But it was it was an ugly basketball game. It was a really ugly basketball game, and there was a lot of really nice defensive plays too. A lot of blocks from both sides. And, like you said, they were pretty much the best team the entire season. And it goes all the way back to that first game out in Las Vegas.
Yeah. Yeah.
Since then, I mean, they blitz Gonzaga. I thought Happer said it really well this morning. Like, the only time that they kind of showed mortality was in the middle portion of the season, and he said it's because he thinks they were bored. As they're playing these teams that are certainly going to be more familiar with them. They played with their food against Northwestern, and they came back and still was able to dominate that game. Nebraska played them extremely close. They lost that game versus Wisconsin. They had a tougher than expected game on the road at Penn State. But man, when they got to the tournament, they absolutely ripped through everybody until last night.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought UConn played a hell of a game. I said it on the show yesterday. UConn close or Michigan blowout. And not being wrong, but there were a couple times where it seemed, this game is about to get ahead of them or out ahead of them because they were up by 12, and then UConn was able to bury a shot.
Mm-hmm.
They're up by 10. UConn was able to bury a shot. They were able to do that multiple times throughout the game last night.
By the way, the last Final Four contested in an arena was 1996.
Wow.
In the
really?
Meadowlands.
It's before I was
in the
born.
Meadowlands.
Like in, where the Nets would have played back in
where
the
the
time?
Nets would have played before they built Prudential Center in Newark.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
the last
they're not
Final
going to change. I wish they
No,
would.
no,
I hate it.
Well, and listen, I understand one of the arguments for, and this is a pretty good one, is because it's in a big arena, you can still get reasonably priced
Yes.
tickets for.
It's not just going to be corporate.
Right,
suits.
because if you move it like if you moved it to Madison Square, well, that's probably a bad example.
Just say let's go with the same city. You play it where the Pacers play.
Yeah, you
and
play
so
it
it's 18,000
in the field house.
Yeah.
Those tickets are going to be ridiculous, and common
right.
fans are not getting in.
Yeah.
The student sections will be smaller.
Correct.
Because
the game would be a whole lot better. And so, what do you want? Do you want, because as corporate as other sports get, at least it's a baseball stadium.
I don't think last night's game was not the way it was because it was played in a football
You
stadium.
think it's because of the defenses?
I think the way it was called and the way that UConn wanted to muck it up a little bit and Michigan's size.
Yeah.
And I said as much last night, the officials don't want to, make a whole lot of calls in Final Four games.
Mm-hmm.
And, there was a couple of sequences there, especially in the second half where, my God, it felt like a car crash. That's what I was thinking to myself as I was watching, going, if I were calling this game, I would say it feels like a demolition derby out here.
Mm-hmm.
Because, guys are just banging into each other, crashing into, piles to get to the rim, shots coming off, rebounds turning into scrums.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it had really anything to do with the playing in a football stadium.
Anything to do with it?
No. We've seen good games played in football stadiums. You go back to the Villanova in North Carolina.
Sure.
That was a nice free-flowing game played in a football stadium.
Sure, that's true.
I think it was dictated by what UConn needed to do to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
And Michigan being more than willing to say, fine, we'll play your game and we'll outdo you.
Yeah.
And they did. I would like to end one silly talking point that I've seen repeated by many people. Yes, I know that Dusty May won a title in his second year. Yes, I know that Dusty May took over a Michigan program that completely fell apart under Juwan Howard. I want this to be heard loud and clear, and I will speak slowly so that you clearly understand. Dusty May is not Kurt Cignetti. So stop with this ridiculous idea. Yes, they're both middle-aged white guys who coach in the Big Ten who won a title in their second year at their new school. Cool. Michigan basketball and Indiana football are two very different things. in the greater context. Michigan basketball has always been pretty damn good.
Yeah, they won a title in 1989.
Indiana football has always sucked. Always. What Kurt Cignetti did yes, how they were able to assemble the teams. But listen, everyone's going to have to assemble their teams like this. Here's the other thing, too. Kurt Cignetti brought all of his guys, not all of them, but a good chunk of them, from his old school. Dusty May didn't bring a bunch of, Division II guys over. But the biggest part of this is Michigan basketball was not the dregs of basketball that Indiana football was. What Kurt Cignetti did was literally fly out of nowhere and put Indiana football on the map. And that's not a diss at what Dusty May did. Congratulations. They won. Great job. But he is not Kurt Cignetti. To compare that is an insult and shows a lack of understanding of what we saw happen the last 2 years on the football field. Because it was Indiana football. This is Michigan basketball, home of the Fab Five. I saw that a couple of times today, even from our friend of the show, Ari Wasserman. Like, no.
Oh, that's wild. I saw one tweet last night, and I thought it was just from an idiot account. I didn't realize other people were actually saying
Oh, no. They said it. They said that, too.
Yeah.
They said that, too.
Yeah.
And again, that doesn't lessen the achievement that Dusty May did. Hey, they went out. They won the title. Great.
Michigan played a national championship 8 years ago.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not blue blood, but it's like a green blood.
I mean, they have 2 titles.
They have 2 titles.
Two titles.
And they've played for many others.
Yeah.
So. Oh, and also Michigan.
Man, you're just triggered.
Shock the world. Did you see that? You probably didn't.
No, I did. I saw it there.
Shock the world.
I mean, look, we always
the 7.5-point favorite, top overall seed, shocked the world.
We see this after every team wins a title.
Well, don't say that.
Remember when Georgia won a title a few years ago, and they were like, "Yeah, people said we were going to go 7-5."
That was stupid.
I know it's dumb, but But they keep doing it, and if it motivates them, it motivates them. I don't understand it either.
It's dumb.
I don't get it either.
It's dumb. Don't do it. I thought Michigan was supposed to be the Harvard of the Midwest.
Oh, Chris says, and Chris is our resident Michigan fan, he says it was a reference to a famous photo taken of one of the players on the 89 team holding up the same sign. I don't think it was actually a shock to anybody who's seen them.
All right. Well, I appreciate the clarification.
Okay. So that's cool. So it'd be like if Nebraska held up an
question
unfinished
whether or not your
sign.
program is the Harvard of the Midwest, but that's okay.
Go blue.
No blue.
Chris, I was so happy to see your team win a championship last night. Good for you.
That is so gross.
I don't like UConn. You can't get mad at me.
Yes, I can. You're a Michigan man. Just admit it. You're a Michigan man.
I wanted UConn to lose more than I wanted Michigan to win last night.
Were you hugging your little harp? Were you wearing your inappropriate hardball shirt while you were watching?
No, I don't have that shirt anymore. I got rid of that a long time
He was
ago.
hugging the Harbaugh body pillow.
Oh, the Harbaugh body pillow.
I was sitting there on my couch,
Our body
a
pillow.
happy guy going, yeah.
Did you watch One Shining Moment?
Absolutely not. Of course I didn't.
I'll admit I haven't seen it either.
I've seen screenshots of the Nebraska appearances. It was like 6 or 7 times.
Nice.
So I saw that, but I didn't watch it. Chris says, always appreciate you, Josh. Thank you, Chris.
Well, yeah, because you're
Because I'm
because
unbiased.
Because you're
I call it like I see it, and I don't.
unbiased.
It's a show to celebrate, and you're just going on rants about everything.
No,
Meanwhile,
I
I'm
was
like,
going. Actually,
don't you love sports? That's how I approach last night. Don't you love sports, except for the dome situation?
I was going on rants about bad takes, which weren't Dusty May's fault.
That's true. He can't.
Well, I guess it was his fault. If he hadn't won last night, we wouldn't have had this.
Why didn't he lose? Why didn't he lose? That's true.
But he did.
Katie says Josh is a man who jumps on a bandwagon that is convenient to him. What, the bandwagon of hating UConn when Emeka Okafor and company won a title 22 years ago? Seriously, one of my friends in the group chat yesterday was like, Josh has hated UConn ever since I've known him. Respect. This hatred goes deep. Decades old. Sorry that I'm not just cheering for them because everybody in Omaha was last night.
But this
it has nothing to do with conference cheering.
But this is kind of
also,
like...
I lived in Michigan when I was a kid.
This is kind of like if the Cowboys beat the Eagles.
What? I'm very happy about it.
Exactly.
Yeah. What does that have to do with
Michigan is
anything?
your Cowboys.
No, because the Cowboys are actually my favorite team. Michigan is just a team that I want to do well from time to time. Like last night. I was rooting for Arizona on Saturday because I wanted to be right.
By the way,
Oh yeah, here's the by the way. Multiple people sent in the photo of it.
okay,
Yeah,
all right, cool. That's fine. That's
pretty
fine.
cool.
I didn't know the context.
There you go.
I did not know the context.
Hmm.
I stand corrected. One more rant.
Again?
One more rant.
Is this
before
about
we
next
go.
gen? Wait, did you just play a drop?
Nope.
Oh,
Like I did, but I
oh,
dragged it.
rats. What's the rant this time? That it's football season and you're mad?
That there are too many people out there putting out too many bad preseason, too early for preseason top 25.
You mad that they're bad or that they're early?
Both.
Okay.
Because I have the only legitimate
You have it too early?
too early for 2026-27 preseason poll. You ready?
I am ready.
Here we go. Coming in at number 1, the Los Angeles Dodgers. Why not? Biggest payroll.
Interesting.
Number 2.
Ooh, put 1 or 2 in the chat.
Number 3.
Oh, that's a good one.
Number 4. Number 5.
That one's controversial, actually.
Rounding out the top 10 is 6 at 6, 7 at 7, 8 at 8, 9 at 9, and 10 at 10.
Wow.
Then it gets pretty predictable from 11 to 20. Then we get to the back 5. At 21, we have number 21. At 22, we have 22. At 23, we have 23. At 24, we have 24. And I like to save number 25 for like a dark horse candidate.
Sure.
At number 25 is 69.
69.
You might be the first person to ever say 69 is a dark horse.
I
candidate.
like 69. I think their roster is really good top to bottom.
Mm.
And they're pretty good at the front end and the back end.
Fascinating.
So 69 is at number 25. There it is. And I guarantee you, when we get to the end of next season, I'm going to hit at least 23 of these 25.
Interesting.
On the nose.
I don't think you're going to get the Dodgers right, though.
I'm going to hit these on the nose. No one will have a better way too early for preseason top 25 than yours truly.
We should do a preseason top 25, Nick.
We should. Number 1, Mercedes. Number 2, I think Ferrari actually is a real shot.
John writes in, one shotty moment is the turkey dinner of celebration songs. Trash. Yeah, if you love it so much, why didn't you check it out?
Turkey dinner isn't trash.
Why didn't you check it out, John, if you loved it so much?
I just I shut the game off. I don't remember what I was doing. I wanted to get to bed.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted. I wanted to get to bed. Because, the game started so damn late.
It started 7:50. You know, it's like a half hour earlier than it started last year.
Yeah, and it still ended
It
still
ended after
3-hour
10 o'clock.
broadcast.
Yeah, it was a long time.
Plus, I didn't want to be embarrassed again by whatever they were doing on the desk if they brought back another time traveler for a
Probably
7-minute
for the
long
best.
commercial.
Probably for the best.
Yeah. So it is what it is.
Mm.
All right, we'll be back. Stay right there on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. In all seriousness, is there anything more clickbaity than the preseason way too early top 25?
I don't know, but I still click on them every time.
Which is dumb because, especially in basketball. Well, now it's all college sports.
I just love
these
them,
roster, but it's you might as well just look at a listing of 25 schools because that's all it is.
Why are you getting triggered?
Because you can't possibly know or have even an educated guess when the literally transfer portal opened today and people are flying all over the place. Rosters are changing and will be changing very dramatically in the next 30 days.
But some of it is you get to learn, in basketball's case, who signed like a really good player. Like, hey, they have the number one recruit.
But they haven't signed anybody yet. The transfer portal literally
No.
opened
I'm
today.
talking about the recruits, high school players. Like Duke signed this guy.
No one recruits high school anymore.
They do at Duke.
Occasionally.
In basketball,
well, fine.
they had
all right.
all those freshmen.
There you go.
What do you mean
Put
occasionally?
Duke number one and then everybody else, just leave them all blank.
There was all sorts of guys on there.
It's ridiculous.
Katie says this rivals Doug's April Fool's joke in levels of stupidity.
Yeah,
that was horrible.
Yeah, the preseason top 25s are pretty damn
You weren't
stupid.
here for the Doug April Fool's joke.
No.
Oh, man, that was terrible.
John, did you hear that Hoiberg is going to be on the bench with Greg McDermott during the Crown to help him call plays?
It was so bad.
I did not hear
And then
that.
he thought he got us good.
He called me once and he told me the joke and I said thank you. And then he called back and begged to be put on air.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
So here we go. Like Michigan's number one in their projected starting lineup. There's a guy who is the number 18 recruit in the top 100. Duke has two of those guys.
Pointless and dumb.
Those are recruits, though.
Pointless and dumb.
You should have saved this for I don't care.
Pointless and dumb.
Not pointless. It gets
okay.
It doesn't make the company money.
No, it shouldn't.
But it does.
It shouldn't.
But you don't like
because people are stupid.
But it makes
it's just
money.
like it doesn't fall. Maybe it doesn't fall on them. It falls on us. Just like we shouldn't be listening to Josh when he opens his pie hole about weather predictions.
Yeah, you're the one who's acknowledging them right now.
Can you still call it a pie hole if he doesn't like pie?
Excellent question, Nick.
I'm actually gonna lean harder into
Nick, great job by you.
He's gonna lean harder.
Call it a chicken hole.
Yeah. The speaking of the portal, we did learn of the entry into said portal.
Yeah.
Man, I wish we could play that open because Nick, it has the music that's the copyright and it gets all
the BBC doesn't like it, John. I'm sorry.
We're not in America.
I have the volume on. Bummer.
Owen Freeman, Ty Davis, Joshua Townley Thomas entered the portal today from Creighton. One Nebraska player, Quentin Rhymes. And that is it today from the portal. But many others have entered. Quentin.
Yeah. Including Owen Freeman.
He does not rhyme with Owen Freeman.
No.
The JTT one is probably the most surprising of the three, but by surprising, I would say it's a mild surprise. Mainly because, he's from here and he was one of those that was grandfathered in for the roster limits because of the, his mom works at Creighton.
Yeah.
But he also was injured at the beginning of the season. He was one. I'm not saying he would have made the difference between, a winning season and a losing season, but he would have played a bigger role if he had not gotten hurt in the first game. If you recall, he came in the first game,
God, that's crazy. I forgot about that.
Had a really good, stretch, where he basically doubled his career number of points in, a 10-minute span, and then got hurt in that game and could not play the rest of the season.
Yeah.
But given Creighton's shortcomings inside, he could have played a much bigger role and would have played a much bigger role had he stayed healthy. But those are the only entries that we know of as of this time. But a lot of others going in across the country. I saw somewhere where they think it will be a record-setting year.
Not surprised. We talked about that last week.
Yeah.
You're going to continue to see record-setting years for a while.
Yeah, it's gonna be there.
I don't know when it will level off. It will eventually because it has to.
Well, and I have to.
Yeah, it can't just keep going up for literally forever.
It will literally have to.
Yeah.
Coming up next,
Runts.
Nebraska ball.
That's all we're talking about.
Well, that's all I had.
You're
planned on.
asking about. I got some other questions for him though. How happy is he that Michigan won the championship among them?
I'm sure he's not that happy.
You don't think so? Is this a new era of dominance for the Big Ten, etc.?
I think we've kind of established that. Haven't
They
we?
are dominating things right now. They're finally winning on the field after they won in the bank accounts.
In the bank accounts
Mm-hmm.
for many, 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 many years.
Yep.
Brunsey will join us next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Great question. Dumb debates.
Save it.
Save it for tomorrow. Don't want to get in trouble.
We're watching the White Sox and the Orioles right now, Brunsey. The Orioles have been shut out through 4 innings. They only have 2 hits. They have left 9 runners on base.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That's an average of over
there.
2 runners per on base per inning, and they haven't scored against the White Sox.
That's not good. That's not good at all.
It's not good.
You'll
This
be happy to know, Brunts, being in Las Vegas, I could see steel rising from the pile of sand that will one day be the home of the team that
Wow.
you love so much.
And what are they going to be called again? They're not allowed to be called the A's. I can't remember what the law is.
Well, they can't be the Athletics because that's apparently too vague. I think they might have actually gotten beaten to the punch by a group of A's fans in California that were trying to buy the rights to they're trying to buy the trademark for Las Vegas Athletics.
Right.
So I don't know what they're going to be. It could be about anything at this point. So how's the steel? Is the steel? Is it like? Is it going to actually build? Like, have they messed that up yet? Like, I feel like they've messed everything else up.
No, it's hard to tell because they won't let me in there, but it looks pretty structurally sound for the moment.
Awesome.
That's a good first step.
It is.
That's a good start.
Knowing them, though, they probably found the one pile of quicksand in the whole city of Las Vegas to build on that they start to say.
Hey, Brunts.
Yeah, or they went cheap or something like that. Didn't actually buy steel, something like that.
Hey, Brunts, speaking of good starts, Nebraska baseball continues to play very well.
Wow, how dare you? You weren't even going to ask any baseball
I had
questions.
multiple baseball questions.
Okay.
So people love Brunts cross-sport comparison. So let's do a little Nebraska baseball.
To bowling.
No, I don't know anything about bowling. To basketball. Where is Nebraska baseball at compared to Nebraska basketball's 20-0 start? Like, are they past the Indiana game? Like, where are we at in the baseball season?
What are you doing?
I'm trying to explain it for people who haven't been paying attention because basketball season was still going on.
Let's see. So I would say they're probably getting close to like
The Michigan game?
Yeah, like what was that in January?
That was the last game of January.
Okay. They're probably around there right now. I think. That's where I'd put them.
And the schedule's about to get tougher.
Well, but that was the thing. Not to entertain Josh's weird question.
It's a fun one, though.
But based on what they have coming up,
it's Michigan and Illinois.
Well,
in basketball,
is it, or is it more comparable? Well, or is it more comparable to when they beat Creighton, Michigan State, and Illinois the first time?
I think they're already past that.
Right. Well, and just in terms of,
it's a great prompt.
Well, yeah,
this is a horrible question. I hate everything about it.
Yeah, I'd say they're probably this stretch of games is probably Purdue, Illinois, and Michigan. I think
those
right
don't
in
go
there.
very well.
Well,
so yeah, I'd say that's. I mean, this is the meat of what's left, RPI wise, record wise, and everything. So I think it was a question out of left field, but I think there's some validity to it.
Thank you.
I'll go along with it.
Yeah, a question out of left field. If you're the Bad News Bears, and you stuck Tanner out there. So what do you think Nebraska baseball needs to accomplish over these next 2 weeks, which includes Kansas tonight, then you've got SC, then you've got a Creighton game next Tuesday, and then Oregon. And, of course, USC and Oregon are 2 of the other 4 teams that are in the top 25 right now. in terms of staying on pace with goals, making a run at UCLA, hosting a regional, arguably maybe the bigger of the goals. Where do you think Nebraska baseball needs to be after this 2-week stretch?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you at worst split the two Big Ten series, I think you'll feel okay about things. Like if you go find whatever the 3-3 is between the two series, because USC at home, USC's got a better RPI than Nebraska does. Last I checked, I think they were top 10 still, even though UCLA beat them up pretty good this week. And then Oregon's in the 40s or 50s. They kind of dipped after they lost on the road to Michigan last week. But I mean, those two series, if you can go, let's say 4-2 across those two, however you do that, I think you'd feel okay about that. And anything better than that, and you're, set yourself up really nicely for whatever's ahead. You mentioned UCLA and, potentially making a run at them. Like, I don't know that UCLA is going to probably have to sweat a conference game during the month of April, like just with the way that their schedule sets up. I mean, they're a machine, and the schedule sets up really well for them anyways. But you look at, you've got the potential for a nice road series win here. You come back against a really good USC team at home that I would imagine the atmosphere is going to be pretty good at Haymarket Park for that one. And that road game at Kansas to kind of wrap all that up, that stretch up, I mean, that's a pretty good, another potential good RPI win for you on the road as well. So, I mean, this is where you can really kind of polish up that resume. And, Nebraska's playing pretty good baseball right now. So it's coming at a good time, and we'll see if they can, start with tonight. I mean, this is Kansas is projected to be an NCAA tournament team. They're a fringe top 25 team, and they can hit the ball out of the park at will. So it's going to be tough 2-game series here over the next 2 weeks with them.
Bruns, what questions do you still have about Nebraska baseball as the calendar flips into early April?
I think the bullpen's probably the biggest one. I mean, I think they've got something at the back end of the bullpen with Jay-Sean Unger.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was great this week between the two innings he threw at Creighton, and then having to get 2 saves against Penn State. I thought that was the big question, was who's going to close for Nebraska this year. They initially thought it was going to be Kevin Manel, and Unger has just been really good there for the last month or so, and it's his job. But the question is how do you get from those starting pitchers to Unger, and who can throw strikes in the middle innings? I mean, we saw that against Creighton. They let him back in the game with a couple of walks and kind of the self-inflicted stuff. They against Penn State on Sunday, it got a little bit tense late for the same reason. So that's the question mark for me is when you start going to Oregon and you have USC coming to town and you're having to get outs in tight situations, like how big is the trust tree of guys in the bullpen? And sometimes they've looked really good, and sometimes you've seen the performances like they had a few guys had this week. So that's probably the biggest one for me is whether or not you can kind of count on a few more guys to go in there and get you outs when it's when it's tight situations and runners are on base.
It just feels like right now, talking with Michael Bruns of Husker 24/7, those possible shortcomings aside, that this is an offense, though, that just does not get slowed down or can't be slowed down very easily. There's a lot of strikeout in the lineup, but that comes with the additional slug. I mean, when you look at their OPS, the team OPS, it's almost 900.
Yeah.
900 for a player is good. This is what Nebraska's OPS is as a team. And that's probably the thing I came away most with. And it helps, you play in a hitter-friendly ballpark, and you probably have a couple other hitter-friendly ballparks in this league. That's the area where I think, Nebraska can overcome some of its shortcomings is how do you keep this offense down for 9 innings?
It's hard to do. And, there's guys in the lineup too that, they just absolutely work counts to death.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of full counts, They'll take their walks. And, I think going back to the last offseason, one of the big goals that they wanted to get done with the portal and some of the JUCO guys that they were bringing in and guys that were developing, like they just wanted to get better 1 through 9. And I think that's the one thing that you can say about this lineup is that there's not a lot of breaks in there like there was last year. I mean, there were a few spots last year you get to like the 7 or 8 hitter and you didn't have to be quite so fine, with pitching. And I mean, Jeter Worthley's, really been great in that 2-hole. Drew Grigo has just kind of run with the opportunities that he's gotten. I mean, he's hitting in the 7-hole and, is starting to hit for power. And even Rhett Stokes, I mean, the 9 hitter is hitting almost 400 this year. And he wasn't a guy that, I don't know at the start of the year that they really envisioned such a large role for him. So, I mean, it's not, I mean, yes, Dylan Carey's been really good in the middle of the lineup, but they're not just going to overwhelm you on paper, but they just really work counts and are really kind of tough 1 through 9. And I think that's the thing that's going to allow them to, like you said, I mean, that kind of allows you to get past the bullpen questions a little bit. And if, you have to score 9 to win a midweek game, they've shown the ability to do that. And that's been, I think, the big change. And, as much as everybody talks about Bolt Ball, this is a team that hits a lot of doubles. They hit home runs. I think they've got like 10 sack bunts on the season. Like, it's not something that they've really done a lot this year. So that's been, I think, one change that's been noteworthy this year is it's just, 1 through 9, a really good lineup.
Bruns, we've spent some time over the last couple of weeks talking about the regionals and if Nebraska could host. Like, are you someone that thinks that there could be 4 Big Ten teams, Nebraska and the 3 really good West Coast schools, or would they need to take someone's spot? And basically, is there like a cap in your mind of 3 Big Ten teams hosting? Could they really allow the Big Ten to have 4?
No, I don't think. I mean, right now it wouldn't. I mean, you would. Oregon would be Oregon's, further down RPI wise than Nebraska. I don't know. I mean, I would need to look at the schedules too. I mean, obviously UCLA is pretty much locked into that. And it depends too, because, like Nebraska had this happen this past weekend where, they host Penn State for a 3-game series. They sweep the series, and just by virtue of the fact that they played that baseball series, the RPI is going to go down. And, there's not a lot of those types of teams on the schedule in the Big Ten anymore, or there's at least fewer. But I have a hard time seeing where, 3 would happen. Although, if Nebraska stays on the roll that it's on, certainly UCLA is going to be there, and I'm not sure what USC has left. I mean, you really kind of have to force the issue, and I do think, in some ways, you're probably protecting some of those schools too with the changes they've made with the Big Ten tournament, where you at least get through the weekend, you have a chance to get another win or two that actually matters without having to, maybe stub your toe along the way. But 3 would be kind of amazing. But, right now Nebraska's right in the mid-20s, and if they get through this next stretch of games and win a few of them, they'll at least be in the conversation for being right on the fringe of that.
USC, by the way, has Iowa, then the Nebraska series.
They still got Oregon,
Purdue, and they close with Oregon. They also have Rutgers.
Okay.
And they're out of week non-conferences against Nevada, so it's certainly very manageable.
Got it.
But yes, they do have Nebraska and Oregon. It's just it's a shame that this league is so damn big, because of all the years to not get Nebraska and UCLA, it would be this.
Well, with the way that things are kind of playing out right now, I mean, if you had a situation where the Big Ten would get 3 teams as hosts, I mean, you'd have Texas A&M maybe going somewhere as a 2 seed or something, like a pretty noteworthy SEC program would have to be going someplace they probably don't want to go.
That is so true. Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7. You didn't get to.
I know. I was having so much fun with the baseball. I just wanted to stick to baseball.
Turning over a new leaf.
I'm just getting prepared for June.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Bruncy, have a great rest of your Tuesday, Thursday, and Wednesday, and Friday,
Have a great rest of the week, Bruns.
and Sunday and Saturday.
I appreciate that. You guys do the same.
You bet.
Thank you, Bruns.
Michael Bruns of
Yep.
Husker247.com.
I love baseball. It's a great sport. We got it on here. There's a lot of fans at the game. Almost as many fans at the game as there are in this building right now.
Yes, that is true.
It's a pretty cool to see.
And probably as many of them sleeping in this building like McMaster was apparently.
Yes. We love naps.
We do. We do.
I just got a text. Nebraska UCLA at the Big Ten would be fun. It would be fun.
It would, but
Boots on the grounds report. Maybe Nick can do the reports this time.
But
it's Nick Grimm live at the Big Ten
but
tournament.
to have a 3-game series where you could really, do some good to your RPI.
It'd be cool if they could play at UCLA, Jackie Robinson Field. Or is it Jackie Robinson Stadium?
Jackie Robinson Stadium.
That's cool.
Problematic of you to get that
No,
wrong.
some places are called fields. Some are called stadiums. It's Wrigley Field, not Wrigley Stadium. I just couldn't remember.
You don't think Jackie Robinson's good enough to have a stadium? You
What
think
about
he's just
Wrigley
a field guy?
Fenway Park. There's a lot of words for stadiums in baseball.
Well,
Park, field, stadium, dome.
Unfortunately, Jackie Robinson Stadium is on federal ground, and UCLA almost got evicted from that because it's
woke
on a no, it has something to do with the
They got to pay their bills, right?
It's not on campus.
Schaefer says some are called parks, some are called grounds. Thanks for listening, Mike. Good to see that you're
remember
awake
the
right now.
polo grounds?
I don't remember it, but I've heard about them.
John, what was the polo grounds like as a kid?
I forget which was the one that had the bullpen out in center field. Was that the Polo Grounds or was that Ebbets?
Well, Yankee Stadium had the bullpens in play out in the outfield.
They also
before.
had the monuments.
The monuments
were
were in play.
And which one had the overhang that went way over the outfield? Was that Ebbets or Polo Grounds?
It didn't go way over. I mean,
You could hit a home run that would have been caught if not for the overhang.
right, but it's not when you say way over. It was over by a few feet. Tiger Stadium had that.
Wouldn't
Ebbets
be so
Field
bad
had
if it
that, I
weren't for
believe.
the overhang.
Do you like Ebbets Field or Polo Grounds more?
I was never at either.
No, I know, but God, Polo Grounds were so weird. Look at how big the center field was.
I think Ebbets was better for baseball.
Ebbets Field is cool looking.
But the polo grounds is a good bit.
Ebbets Field, look at that. That is classic. That is Americana right there.
Polo
John.
grounds is fun because it's 900 feet to center.
We should bring
And
it
now the
face-
Dodgers are just this detestable, hateable franchise that just tries to buy everybody.
Yeah. Like the Yankees of my youth.
Like the Yankees.
Yeah, Aaron Pavilion says Tiger Stadium. So is it Tiger Stadium?
Tiger Stadium had an overhang that hung a little bit over the field.
It was hung.
Nice. It was Tiger Stadium.
Sadly,
There it
they're
is.
all gone now.
Yep. I remember there was this baseball video game when I was a kid, and you could play at a bunch of the old parks. It was tight. It was super cool. That's how I learned about a lot of the history of the stadiums.
Well, coming up next, you're going to get dizzy this week.
Is this Portal?
Nope. Nope. It's golf.
No.
Also, we got an email in response to our phase 2 poll question.
Why are you guys being so negative?
Not so much that.
Not that guy.
Not so much that, but I thought it was really well thought out, and I thought we would go point by point.
Okay. This person also sent me a follow-up email.
Oh.
That we could read maybe some of it after yours as well. There's a lot of stuff to get to.
Here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. By the way, pretty important. I almost wish we would have gotten to this in the crossover
with Matt.
But according to Shefty Schefter, the Bears' decision on a new stadium to come in the next few weeks.
Oh,
according to Shefty, if Illinois doesn't pass legislation for Arlington Heights soon, sources believe the Bears are headed for Gary. The two proposed sites in Chicago are not considered feasible, per sources, next to Soldier Field for political reasons, and the land known as Michael Reese was evaluated and rejected by the NFL and the Bears. I don't even know what that means.
We can ask Farron when he joins us in our next segment, because famously Farron is on at 4:15 today.
People forget.
This reminds me. So we're going to do something at the end of this segment. So I got my car worked on.
God.
It is done. And it is across the street. I am going to go across the street during the commercial and try to make it back before the commercial break ends. And I'm realizing that we will come back and talk to Farron. So I got a little extra time because we have his open to play. Thank you, Lord. This is going to be great.
Yeah, but then it's going to totally buzzkill the whole Farron segment if I have to come back in the middle of it saying, oh, by the way, there's a bunch of sirens out here on Dodge Street.
I'm not going to get killed.
Josh got smashed by a bus.
I've crossed the street before, John.
I know you have, but you've never done it under this kind of duress where you're trying to beat the clock.
I'll be just fine.
Where you'll be more willing to take chances. You know, one of my good friends,
John. People
one
forget.
of my good friends, the same friend that we stuffed inside of a barrel and rolled down the hill at Clemens Park in Fremont, he also was in a time crunch running across the street.
And what happened to him?
And got smashed by a car.
Kevin writes here.
Thankfully, he lived long enough so that we could stuff him in the barrel eventually and roll him down Clemens Hill. But that's beside the point. I don't want that to happen to you.
I'll be just fine. Kevin says you're not going to make it. This means a new poll question on our video stream.
Oh.
Will Josh make it back in time during the commercial break?
Josh, I don't think you'll die.
Thank you, Nick. That's not the question. Then the question is not will I die or will I live? It is will
Can we
I
have
make
a third
it?
option? Yes, he makes it. No, he doesn't. No, because he got hit.
I can't. Okay, no, because he'll die. All right, there will be three options. All right, the poll question is up. Go vote now on our YouTube page.
You know what would be
1,
really
2, or 3?
What would actually be somewhat funny is if 3 hit, but not because he got hit by a car, but because God struck him down while he was because of his stupid weather prediction.
Well,
how dare you smite me?
It's because he accidentally ingested the cyanide pill that comes stock in every one of his cars.
By the way, multiple people are saying, I run. Andy, if only Josh knew how to run. People forget.
Yeah, Josh doesn't go at running speed. He's at jogging speed.
That's true. And I don't have my
he's
running
not
shoes
a sprinter.
on.
Oh, yeah, and he's not. Oh, yeah, and your ankles. What if you destroy like your ankles?
That would suck. I have a race coming up in, Nick, how many days are you getting married in?
20? 19?
I have a race in 18 days.
This whole thing's getting worse all the time.
Yeah, I'll be just fine.
This is like a Lando deal.
I'll survive. Lots of voting right now.
Deal's getting worse all the time.
Keep voting in our YouTube stream. Wow, this is cool.
This is not going to help Josh because I'm about to tell you how to watch the Masters this year. It's going to be a little confusing.
Having fun.
Yeah. Look at John. It's me running across the street. I can't wait for a bigger overreaction. Anyway, okay, tell me about the Masters.
Well,
wait, what's different about it? It's still on ESPN and CBS.
Well, but they've added something
on the Masters app.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll just look at the tournament itself. We don't care about the par 3.
I was going to say I'm not watching the par 3. That's tomorrow. That stuff is garbage.
But to watch the first round,
okay.
It used to be if you wanted to watch it on the telly, it was on the ESPN.
But not until the Grum starts. It's like a 2:00 Masters.
And it still is, but this year they've added Prime Video.
It's on Prime?
So Prime Video will have the Masters from noon to 2.
So that's more coverage than we used to get.
It is more coverage.
So who's complaining about more Masters?
No one's complaining about it. It's just you just got to find it all.
That's pretty easy. Prime.
How do we
let him go? Let him cook.
Yeah, no, go
then
ahead.
ESPN takes over at 2.
And that's on Friday as well.
Yeah. And then of course you got your usual, if you want to watch the specialty holes, the 4, 5, 6 holes, the Amen Corner.
Holes. I love the specialty hole.
Not only is there Amen
1, 2, or
Corner,
3.
but there's inside Amen Corner.
That's an extra special hole. Man, you got to usually pay a lot of money to get the Amen Corners hole.
No inside amen. If only the Masters knew how seductive we could make this.
Mhm.
Holes 15, 16, et cetera, et cetera. So, yes, they have.
So there's more coverage. Who's complaining about this?
No one's complaining. It's just it defined it. I'm just
Okay.
letting people know how to find it.
I have a complaint.
Second round, it's the same.
I have a computer.
Same deal.
Okay.
Then on Saturday, when CBS gets to take over,
Is that on CBS at 1:00 on Saturday? Or is it-
third round, it'll be on Paramount Plus,
Which
starting at
also
11 a.m.
Shout out Brunts.
Then CBS over-the-air network starts at 1 p.m.
Okay. So you got a couple hours there.
Yeah.
Sweet.
And of course, it will also be on Paramount Plus because anything's on
Yeah.
CBS is on Paramount Plus.
Okay. And then Sunday,
And then Sunday, it should be
my
the
dad's
same.
coming over for the final round.
Hmm.
My mom.
You can have
Same
some
thing on Sunday.
pimento.
Same thing on Sunday.
Hmm.
So
Mike-
if you happen to have the Paramount Plus and the Prime, you'll get more coverage this year.
That rules.
Yeah.
Nick?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why is it so hard if to have it's one event? The
Mhm.
Masters is one event.
It is.
Why can't that one event be in one place? Or if they want to do multiple places, why doesn't each day get its own round? How come it has to be from this time to this time in the same day? You have to be in Amazon.
that's
Then
what-
this time to this time, you have to be here.
Because that's
Well,
what golf does.
Because the Masters is making money.
But that's what golf does. Golf
Oh,
tournaments
sure.
are usually
Yeah,
on
golf's
ESPN Plus, and then they go on regular television.
Yeah, golf's a different sport because, I mean, a full round of golf or a full day of
Starts
golf
at
at a
like
tournament,
It's like 12 hours long.
Right.
it was not quite 12, but it's
It can
like
be.
it's a long time. It's 8,
But
9, 10 hours.
in the Masters case, they do not put as much on television because they want it to be more valuable if you get a ticket there.
Oh.
They want it to be
but
more.
now, I mean, you're pretty much getting day-long coverage now. With
yeah, there's a lot of stuff on Masters.com and the Masters
well,
app.
that's the other thing too is all of
Because that
this
starts like that's the whole day. Now it's usually only like special groups and
Mhm.
special holes, bonus holes, Nick,
See,
extra deep holes,
And that's always confused me about the
extra
coverage.
deep holes.
that's like on the Masters app. I think.
Oh, is that the inside amen corner?
Inside Amen Corner.
That's always confused me about golf coverage too, with where they just have like certain holes or like just follow the lead cards.
Yeah.
Why not just follow the lead cards and then
Lead
check in on the
groups.
lead groups? Sorry.
Yeah,
Well,
this
they
is
do
in
have-
racing, Nick.
Check in on the other groups.
Yeah.
Along the way if they do something cool, like
Well,
the chase card.
when we turn this thing on Thursday, there'll be a lot of different options like featured groups.
Yep. Mustache Adam says it used to be that way.
Inside amen
But
corner.
there's way more coverage of the tournament now than there was even 5 years ago. Yeah,
Oh,
seriously.
yeah.
I remember when I was in college, it was like you had to wait until ESPN had it at 2. Otherwise, there was nothing to watch.
When I was a kid, it was on USA Network.
It just feels weird that they don't have their own specific place where there's just 12 hours of wall-to-wall Masters.
Again, the Masters
coverage.
doesn't want that.
I get that now. I
Now,
didn't realize
other
it would be
majors-
weird.
Other majors, like the U.S. Open or the Open Championship, you get the whole thing from hole 1 to hole, 72.
From one special hole to the other special hole.
All the holes. You get access to all of them.
You get access to all the holes,
Every hole, John.
including inside amen
and
corner.
you don't have to pay extra. Including, well, not inside Amen Corner because Amen Corner is only at the Masters.
Yeah.
It's not over in foggy London.
Well, I understand. that.
St. Andrews doesn't have Amen Corner or Amen
That's
Corner.
too, so you can't be inside amen corner at the Open.
I don't
at-
believe
at-
so.
At St. Andrews.
Do you think did they ever
Poor
dedicate a
St.
hole to
Andrews.
the Queen over there in London?
Did
Is
they
there a
ever what?
Queen's hole?
I don't know. You'll have to ask Brunts. He's gone and played over at St. Andrews
Oh.
before. He loves golf. Shout out Brunts.
Shout out Bruns.
This is cool. I didn't realize Amazon had the Masters.
Yes, Amazon.
That's
So
new.
we'll see that Thursday and
Bum,
Friday.
bum, bum, bum. Sweet. We'll watch that during the show. I can't wait.
And by the way, tomorrow Matt Vincenzi, a golf writer, will join us
Let's go.
to
Get some picks.
preview the Masters.
Mm-hmm.
A tradition unlike any other.
Juan Claude wants to know how much does it cost to access extra holes? Great
Well,
question.
it depends on what part of. I mean, if you're in the part of Augusta where John Daly is staying,
Yeah.
probably get a good deal on it.
Definitely get a good deal. Kugler will be there. Kugler's going to the Masters.
He will not.
He's not.
The Westwood doesn't do the Masters.
That's
anymore.
why he's doing the UFL tonight.
Correct.
Oh man, that's a bummer.
But we will, starting tomorrow, have all of your Masters updates. They're back.
Oh, that's right. Do we have our music? Oh, we probably can't play our music.
No,
the,
he's saying
the Westwood Masters updates.
I want our Masters updates. They're the superior Masters updates because it features the appropriate music that we can't play because the button bar's still not working.
with my demon bird noises.
Joe in Vegas says, I can't believe you spent this long talking about the most overrated sporting event in the history of sports. Golf sucks.
Ooh.
We'll be talking a lot about golf over the next few days there, Joe.
I like golf. I think golf is
The
fun.
Masters is still the one major I will indulge in.
Well, that's because the other ones you're working during them usually.
Well, one of them really isn't a major. Yes, I'm working during one of the other ones, and then the other one is early in the morning. And
Well, you're up, though. You love waking up early. You never sleep in.
yeah, but then I realize I'm not interested here.
Interesting.
I
Mike
watch
says,
something else.
Josh just called the par 3 tournament the Masters garbage. Time to reconsider my radio options. I just don't care about it. It's like a pretend tournament. It's like little kids are putting the ball and they're throwing people in the water.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a pretend tournament. Would I go there and play? Of
It's
course.
just a gimmick.
A bad gimmick because all gimmicks are bad.
Not all of them.
Max says the Masters is awesome. Doug and Idaho just tuned in. Access to all the holes.
Honestly,
holes.
one of the things that is appealing about the Masters is when it happens.
Because it means spring is here.
'Cause
It
it
means the
means
snow
spring-
is done. It means there is no snow on the ground. And it's not. Look at that green grass as far as the eye can see.
Watch out for black eyes.
Stib says, LL, Josh's hatred for happy families is hilarious. I love happy families. I don't want to watch a kid putt. If I want to watch a kid putt, I'd go to a local golf course here, Stib.
How do you know that?
How do I know
I
what?
just
That I
don't-
don't like
I just-
watching kids putt?
No, when kids are putting.
I just
Where
hope
kids
that
are putting.
They're putting
Buick,
everywhere.
The Buick that eventually is going to smear you here on Dodge Street isn't
Buick.
filled with families
Nah.
or a family.
I hope
Or
that
maybe
they,
families. Maybe it's multiple
I
families.
just hope they listen
Maybe
to
you get hit by a
1620 The
bus.
Zone. Hope they listen to 1620 The Zone.
Maybe they're on one of those Mustache Joe polka tours and they just have you're going to go to the Omaha
I
to
don't get
hear
this
the
reference.
polka. What is that you doing? Bap, bap.
I thought we were just doing Italian voices again.
Well, that was a really bad, not really supposed to be Italian. It was supposed to be more like Eastern European.
Real quick before break, Stibbs quoting Josh. If
Yeah.
I wanted to watch a kid putt, I'd go find him.
I mean,
Stibbs, you're making your way back.
Oh, now you
You're
like
not-
him.
Well, after the bad
pie
take
stuff?
about pie. After the bad take about pie.
Hmm.
All right, when we come back,
Oh, wait, I keep looking for my keys, but they have my keys.
we'll have Mike Farron.
Will I be here?
There was a threat posed last night.
Yeah, you're threatening me that a car's going to hit me.
No, I'm not threatening you. I'm warning you.
Oh,
That's not a threat.
what was the threat? Was it in
No,
baseball?
there was a threat last night in baseball.
What?
Oh, is that what that truth was actually about?
What was the result of the poll?
Most people think I'm going to die. 57% of voters say that I will not make it back in time because of death. 3% say no, I won't make it back. 3% say 21% say I will. 21% say no. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Nick is really confident that I'm gonna be here.
You'll be fine.
I think I'm gonna be slightly late. Slightly late.
Find out next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Go!
Bozo Circus is on the air.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
At the beginning that you had been so pulverized by the traffic on Dodge Street that you had been molded into the pavement. I didn't even see the grease spot, but you did. You made it back.
I'm here.
I can't believe it. Mike, Josh had to run across the street. I don't know if you recall this, but we have a gas station that also does some car service. Josh went to go pick up his car during the commercial break. We challenged him to see if he could make it back. He did make it back.
Wow. What an exciting day.
And Mike, the estimate when they did this 2 months ago was more than $100 than they ended up charging me. I made money today. I'm like guys to celebrate tonight. I have extra cash in my pocket. Wow, shout out Buchanan's. No free ads, but I love Buchanan's.
Yeah, they do a good job.
Great people. Are you
I'm
happy?
so excited for you. I mean, I can't believe how excited I am.
I can't believe it. That's why you're a good friend, Mike. It's like random crap that happens to your friends. You're like, I am appreciative of the things that went your way. So I appreciate you, Mike. Thank you.
Well, that's great. This is just the Mutual Admiration Society. Terrific.
That's why we're friends. I can't wait to see you this summer at the College World Series.
All right, let's get serious now.
The Men's College World Series, please.
Thank you. The Men's College World Series.
The Men's College World Series, of which maybe Nebraska will be a part of.
Whoa, is that your first question for Mike?
No.
Come on. Let's not get that far ahead of ourselves.
He's a Husker homer, Mike. What can you expect from John?
As soon as Creighton finishes their basketball season, it's all on to Husker homer.
I'm laughing outside, but I'm crying inside because Cade Horton is.
Yes.
He's got some issues. He's going to go see a specialist for his forearm injury.
And even worse than that, John, he's going to miss the season with surgery.
Yeah.
Did his arm fall off?
No, it didn't fall off. But
essentially.
So the Cubs bragged that they had some pitching depth, but do they really have enough pitching depth to overcome losing this, who has been their most consistent guy over the last 8 months?
I mean, I think like their depth has taken a little bit of a hit because of the Matt Boyd injury too.
True.
And so, yeah, I mean, like, listen, when you lose your best guy or the guy that has a chance to be the best guy, it's never easy. Now, I think that they have, enough solid starters that they'll be okay. I am curious to know what Justin Steele looks like when he comes back from his elbow injury. That should be at some point, I would think in June, that they'll likely get him back. Do they have enough depth? I mean, I think anybody in baseball will tell you, well, you never have enough pitching depth. That's one of the great cliches, but I think they're kind of proving that now. So I wouldn't be surprised if they try to, like the one guy that's available is Lucas Giolito. Like you could sign him right now and probably in a month have him ready. Are they that concerned about the depth? I don't know. They can certainly make it through the next 6 weeks or so or 8 weeks, let's say, until Steele is back. And if they do that, then the question is, how quickly does Justin Steele become Justin Steele again? Because he's coming off elbow surgery, and generally the first half dozen starts are kind of up and down for guys like that. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's a concern for sure, especially with somebody as talented as Horton. But, I would assume whether it's either in free agency now or come the deadline, they will be addressing the rotation. And listen, the Edward Cabrera, acquisition was pretty big now. I mean, it looks even bigger, right? So the question is, can he stay healthy the entirety of the year? That hasn't always been his strength. So there are more questions, and I certainly don't feel as good about the Cubs' chances in the Central as I did, let's say, 5 days ago. But I don't think that they're like all of a sudden going to fall to the bottom of the division either. I think they'll be right there in the mix.
They're a mid team now.
No, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, I think their position player group's pretty good. And I really like what they did in the bullpen. I mean, I think their pitching is good enough. I think, listen, some of the projection systems weren't all that high on Horton because he didn't miss a ton of bats. And there was a little bit of an element of getting fortunate in the second half last year when he put up those big numbers. So I don't know why they're, what that ends up doing in terms of how it affects them. Really, I think it's not good. Like when you lose a starter, and I think Horton's upside was higher than what the projection systems had. But I think, looking at them still, they should be one of the favorites in the division.
Mike Andy says, what is wrong with my Red Sox? Is it pasty-ass John Henry's fault?
It's always the owner's fault. You know that.
Always.
Listen, they're off to a bad start. They haven't played well defensively. That's a big issue that's followed them around for the last several years. And at some point they've got to get straightened out. Starters haven't been terrific so far. Garrett Crochet goes tonight, so they could certainly right the ship. The offense isn't off to a good start. A number of good players are not performing to the back of their baseball cards. I think it's too early to panic on them. I mean, 2-8 is terrible, right? It's an awful start through 10 games. And you can go back through Red Sox history and see how many of these teams that started 2-8 ended up finishing up the track. But just remember, the track is a lot different now, right? You just have to be in the top 40% of the league to make the postseason. And I think starting 2-8 doesn't make that big that difficult. What are you laughing at me or the guy who went back to work because we're talking baseball?
No, I'm laughing at that 40% of baseball making it to the playoffs. Because
No, it's 40% of each league. I want to point that out. It's 40. Well, I guess that is 40% of baseball overall. So. Basically, you have to be mid to get into the postseason.
The Cubs will be fine because he said they're above mid.
We'll see.
Okay. Too early to tell.
But that wasn't the big story to come out of the Red Sox yesterday. Wilson Contreras is triggered.
You think he was mad?
He has a history with the Brewers. He's the former Cub, former Cardinal. He's played against the Brewers a lot.
He's really going to hate him.
Brandon Woodruff hit him on the hand with a pitch yet again.
Ouch.
No pitcher has hit him more. No
6 times
has hit him more.
6 times he's hit him.
And last night, he said, enough's enough. If it happens again, I'm going to take one of them out.
Wow, it really is like the
I am rooting for this
Nick.
to happen in a big way.
Well, yeah, because you're anti-Brewer. That's why.
I am, but I mean,
we love Lane Grindle.
In all seriousness, does Contreras have a point in terms of how frustrated he is by Brewers pitching, Woodruff's pitching?
So only one active player has been hit by a pitch more than Wilson Contreras. That's Starling Marte of the Royals. He's the only one who's been hit more. No team has hit Contreras more than Milwaukee has. He's been hit 131 times in his career. 24 of those are by the Brewers. That's almost 20% of the hit by pitches are by one team.
Lot.
And a quarter of those are from one pitcher.
Uh-huh.
So are they trying to hit Wilson Contreras? Not in every spot, I don't think. Certainly not last night when he's trying to load the bases, or he wasn't trying to load the bases with Contreras. But if I continually felt like I was being abused like that, I think I would be pretty ticked off too. Contreras already tried to take his pound of flesh on David Hamilton last night, going in spikes high at second. I think there's a way to go in hard at second base, and I know that spikes high is the right way to do it. But, listen, I think it's entirely possible. Are they going to pitch him in tonight? Yeah, they are. That's their game plan against Contreras. He had been hit 10 more times by them than by the team that's hit him the next most, which is the Reds and the Pirates, who've each hit him 14 times. So, in a very similar number of plate appearances. So, could it carry over to tonight? Yeah, I don't doubt that Wilson Contreras is mad as hell. And I probably would be too if I felt like that were continually happening to me. But, last night the Red Sox weren't throwing at him. That wasn't the case. But 95 on the hands hurts. And,
yes, it does.
And I'm sure that he's probably looking to extract his pound of flesh. it certainly didn't seem like a good idea in retrospect for the Brewers to do that, because he ended up, and granted it was a bloop double, but then he also hit a ball almost off the light standards in left field in his last at bat. So, listen, this is an important player for Boston. They need to get him going. If that got him going last night, then the Brewers, at least for a couple of days, are going to rue the day for it. But, they're glad that he's not in their division anymore. They don't have to worry about it.
That is true. That's the thing that sucks, is this is the only time he's going to see this team anyway.
Oh, so next year he can throw his bat at him.
Perhaps.
That's a long ways away.
It is.
Mike, I know that you hate any snap judgments about a baseball season.
Too early to tell, Josh.
Exactly. It's not even 2 weeks old. But I will say this. Every story that I read about the early part of the season mentions the young players, mentions the rookies, and just how good this class of guys are. Which are you, I don't want to say a fan of the most, like which of the guys has impressed you most, even though, of course, it is too early to tell?
Of the young players, who's impressed me the most? Yeah, that's a good question.
Seriously, every story I read, it's like the Yankees pitching is awesome. The Cubs' arms are falling off, but these rookies are really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good collection of them. I mean, I think certainly, listen, I think JJ Weatherholt is going to be a really good player for a long time. I bring that up just to really irritate John more than anything,
awesome.
because he's
I like this guy
for
too.
the Cardinals for forever. So I think he's a guy that I would say is somebody that I'm pretty excited about. I think, listen, Connor Griffin's going to get a chance to be a superstar. I think he's got a chance to be one of the handful of the best players in the league. So I think he's an exciting guy. I think Sal Stewart can really hit with the Reds. I think he's an interesting player. I think Kevin McGonigal can really hit with the Tigers. I think he's an interesting player. But I'm going to go back to my old axiom, which is it's way too early to tell on, what the level of productivity is going to look like for a lot of these rookies. Their numbers look good right now, in part because they've had 45 plate appearances or less. And there's going to be some adjustments I think the players are going to have to make as they get further along here over the course of this season. So, I think the upside on a number of these guys is huge. Like, I think, Weatherholt's going to go to all-star games. Connor Griffin's going to end up as one of the handful of the best players in the league. But I don't know that I'm ready to anoint any of them this year as of yet, because we're 10 games in, and man, how many times have we seen a guy have the first 60 plate appearances be really good and then go into a struggle for 2 months as the league adjusts to him? And that's again, like, we're playing the long game on it, but I think these guys are really good players long term. I just don't know that it's going to be dominant all season long. If it is, hats off to him. Like, somebody will be the Nick Kurtz. Somebody will do it, And like, I think the second year guys are really interesting. Like Cam Smith off to a great start for Houston is really good. Drake Baldwin looks like an absolute, offensive monster for the Braves. And he homered again last night. That's a guy to get really excited about, I think. Jordan Walker looks like he might be turning a corner for St. Louis. That's super interesting. So, like, those are just some of the guys that I'm kind of looking at, but I don't know that I can put my finger on one that I go, yeah, I think this start is as real as can be. I guess maybe McGonigals is probably the closest I can think of. That's probably about what he is. Maybe not quite 40% better than league average, but not far off, because that dude has hit his entire life. Also, he's from Philly, and his nickname is Magoo. Seriously, he's Magoo McGonigal.
I love it. Mike Petriello of MLB.com actually did an article that's near and dear to your heart, Josh, because no, he did not write about your stupid Cowboys, but he did write about stats that you can believe in.
It's not too early.
That it's not too early to tell.
Okay, what do we got?
One of them is defensive.
Okay.
Taking a look at fielding run value leaderboards.
Okay.
The other one has to do with blast rate, the ability for a hitter to not only swing the bat hard, bat speed, but also to make solid contact.
Okay.
Blast rate, because those are usually stats that carry from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. I don't know if you saw this article, Mike, but it was kind of interesting.
I mean, I read Mike pretty frequently. I've not seen this one yet, but yeah, I mean, some of this stuff stabilizes more quickly than others. Swing decisions tend to. but it's still so early in the season that, like, I would assume that there's some sort of disclaimer in that, that this is some stuff that'll tell us some information, but there's still a level of variability in it. I mean, guys who barrel up baseballs tend to barrel up baseballs when they're on time. And if their timing is good throughout the course of the season, then I think you'll see that. I'm not going to put a whole lot of stock in it as of yet. Even with the great respect I have for Mike, who's one of my absolute favorite writers, and one of the smarter baseball analysts that there are. But I think that those are, probably, like, when you start looking at walk rate, strikeout rate, hard contact rates, those things do tend to stabilize more quickly. It's just really hard to get me too excited about anything after 50 plate appearances.
I will just quote you a couple of things from the story. First, on the defensive side, and this is as of April the 10th.
Okay.
So the final rank of the teams that were in the top 10 in fielding the first dozen or so games of the season, and where their average finish was last year was 11th. So barely outside the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Bottom 10 usually finishes around 20th. Right.
Okay.
So what he's saying is the fluctuation isn't that great. The blast rate question was the more interesting one, at least in my opinion. Top 20 hitters in blast rate on April the 10th. Over the full season, their weighted runs created plus, which is another one of those analytics terms that maybe not a lot of people understand, but was 29% above average. For the hitters in the bottom 20 in blast rate on April the 10th, they finished the season 10% below average in weighted runs created plus. So, again, is it totally one for one? No, but I thought it was interesting because a lot of like your swing speed, that's always going to be there, right? I mean, that usually doesn't drop off.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think you're right. Like, if you're going to start talking about bat speed metrics, like, there are a couple things. One, some of it is intent, right? So if you're in better advantage counts, you're probably going to swing harder in that spot. And with fewer swings, the numbers could be skewed either way on that. I do think that guys have worked hard to try and add bat speed, right? Because bat speed does lead to power, which probably increases the blast, stats that you were highlighting there. But that's something that can also change during the course of the year. And I think more than anything, it's important to get a baseline on it, because if there are injuries, that can affect bat speed as well. So I think guys that are I pulled up the article here. So like Cam Smith, Tyler Stevenson, Colt Keith, big bat speed increases from last year. That's interesting. I think you'd have to look and see, can tell you from the walk rate that Cam Smith is undoubtedly getting in better counts than he was a year ago. And so that's probably letting him get his ace swing off a little bit more frequently. But again, let's see what happens when the league adjusts to him. And, just because a guy is swinging, let's say, below the league average in bat speed, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're a bad hitter. Luis Ariz is not somebody that, has particularly good bat speed. Bo Bichette's numbers are way down, right, to open the year. Bo Bichette's a pretty good hitter. I think it's probably just that he's still feeling for it. So, I think we still need a little bit more, even though, he's got some data to show that it stabilizes more quickly. I would be willing to bet that there is a fair amount of noise still in this.
One real quick thing before we depart. I noticed last night, when Kyle Schwarber, he challenged a 3-0 pitch that was out of the zone. He walks out of the batter's box. He is so confident that he's won the challenge. He starts taking off the shin guards, all the protective gear. What's the likelihood that an umpire is going to run somebody for showing them up on a challenge? I think it's going to happen this year.
Oh, absolutely it will. Yeah, somebody's going to get run for it. No doubt. I mean, it's too bad that Angel Hernandez is gone, because he would have would have been the first to do it. He would have run somebody immediately. I still remember I was at a Cubs-Cardinals game at Busch Stadium, and Albert Pujols was up. I think it was extra innings, and he took I think it was a 3-1 pitch that was high and started to head to first base, and Angel Hernandez called it a strike. And then the next pitch, Pujols walked, and Pujols made a comment to Hernandez. It was clearly about the previous pitch, kind of like they were both too high. And after Pujols walked, Angel ran him. So like that absolutely would be something that I could see happening. There will be some umpires like listen, like I don't know if you guys watched or paid attention to the Royals Twins game last week that was so miserable in the rain and cold in
Did
Minneapolis.
not see it. No.
Andy Fletcher was a home plate umpire. He's a good umpire. I think there were 11 pitches challenged in the game. Now, granted, there were like nearly 400 pitches thrown in a 9-inning game. It was an absolute slog of a baseball game. Royals nearly blew a 12-run lead. Like it was crazy. So like the percentage of pitches that ended up getting overturned weren't all that great, but man, you start feeling like you're getting picked on when there's 11 challenges in the game. I can understand an umpire's dander getting up.
Someone's going to get butthurt. Mike, we got to run. Appreciate it.
Bye, Mike.
Hey, pleasure's all yours. I'll see you next week. Bye.
Yes, it is. That's Mike Farron of SiriusXM MLB Radio and ESPN on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Super Hot Take Market before Steve Sipple joins us. You want to go first?
Sure. Hot take I could be talked into. If the snow doesn't stick around at the end of the day, it didn't snow. Yes, it didn't snow today. It's already...
You stupid.
All right, I'll give you a real one. Hot take I could be talked into. This is actually my only real one today. Maybe this Michigan title will start a run of dominance. And here's why. Because the conference has so much money. We spent a lot of time talking about it yesterday. The Big Ten has always been leading in the pocketbooks, and now they start winning championships. Now the other schools are going to be chasing after that title. I don't think that they're going to win, a ton of them in a row, but I do not think that they are going to go 26 years before winning their next one. And I would bet in the next 5 years they win a couple more. Sorry, John.
Just proves that the Big Ten was dumb at cheating.
They were. Honestly, that is
really
kind of
dumb.
the takeaway.
And don't give me this nose in the air. Oh, we never did those things. Liar, liar, pants on fire. You just didn't know how to do it very well. I want to start my hot take with a kudos
to
the National Football League.
Hell yeah, I love the NFL.
In news that came out today that is not shocking in the least, NFL Hall of Famer Steve McMichael, who passed away recently with ALS, was found to have CTE.
This is a really depressing hot take so far.
McMichael's widow is in hopes that a link between CTE and ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, can be found as part of the research. Again, this news is not shocking in the least that Steve McMichael had CTE.
So what's the hot take?
The kudos to the NFL. You have successfully... Remember when a story like this would have come out and we would have spent at least a segment or two segments on it? Remember 5, 6, 7
we
years ago?
We should do it. Do you want to do a segment?
No. I'm not saying we should do it, but that the hot take is this. The National Football League should market its ability to cover things up and to distract people, because they are better at it than the Democrat Party or the Republican Party. They're so good at it. They really should sell their services to one of the two political parties and say, hey, you know that thing that you guys don't want people to remember you for? We can take care of that for you. We'll get people to forget that ever happened or was a thing. It is incredible. This is a Hall of Famer. This is one of the great personalities and players of all time. And 5, 6, 7 years ago would have been a huge deal. Now it's like, oh yeah, did you hear about McMichael? Yeah, when are we putting that 18th game on the schedule? When are we doing that? Oh yeah, next year or the year after.
Sometime soon.
And there you go, super hot take.
Wow, that is a depressing one.
It is depressing.
But I don't think you're wrong.
It is depressing.
All right, Nick, time for a slice.
Nebraska baseball is good.
Wow, what a slice. Excellent work.
That's not even a damn breadstick.
Yeah, that's a crouton.
I gave you a pizza roll.
A crouton of college baseball.
Yeah, you stole a crouton off my salad.
Yeah.
You weren't eating it, John. You put it off to the side. You don't like the rye croutons for some reason.
I love the rye croutons. What are you talking about?
I misheard you then, I guess.
Oh, Steve Sipple joins us next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
From the Plum Ride Time Saving Traffic Center. Accident reported at 72nd and I-80. Accident at Ames Avenue and 22nd. Abandoned vehicle on I-680 eastbound between Dodge and West Dodge. Standstill traffic on Dodge from North 87th to North 80th. South 72nd standstill traffic from West Center Road to L Street. I-480 eastbound heavy traffic jam from Dodge to South 28th Street. I'm John Stanton.
I'm Connor Happer. Join John Bishop, Josh Peterson, and myself for the Creighton Athletics Hour, talking all things Blue Jays each week. It's the Creighton Athletics Hour Wednesdays, starting at 6 o'clock, only on 1620thezone.com, your Zone mobile app, and 1620 The Zone.
Call us day or night.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here, he tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Welcome to the happy hour, everyone. And on Tuesday, that means we get to talk to our old friend Stephen M. Sipple.
Hell yeah.
Of On3, a.k.a. HuskerOnline.com. Hello, Sip.
John and Josh, how are we?
Excellent.
Not bad. The sun started to peek out a little bit. It actually looks like it's decent, even though it's still kind of chilly outside.
Wait a second, where are you?
Well,
Omaha, Nebraska,
Yes.
50th and Dodge. We haven't moved yet.
That's true. We haven't.
Okay, because it's interesting you said that because it just peaked out in Lincoln too. The sun.
Wow.
We need it, man. We need that sun.
It's been raining a lot
to brighten our spirits.
Mm-hmm.
All of that
It
stuff.
doesn't like that though. Oh, yeah. It doesn't always peak out in both places, obviously.
That's
Anyway,
true. It's been pretty dark in
Geography.
Lincoln. Been pretty dark in Lincoln in times. Am I right?
I don't mean it in a symbolic way.
Oh, I see.
Hmm.
Right now, the clouds are only over Memorial Stadium, but over the softball stadium, over the Devaney Center,
Skies
over
are blue.
Pinnacle Bank Arena, it's like, wow, man, I need shades out here. It's so bright.
Why are clouds over Memorial?
I don't know if you know this, Sip, but the football team hasn't performed as well as people were hoping it would after 3 years of Matt Rule.
I just
Okay, stop it.
I just wondered how you'd phrase it. That's all. I was playing Babe in the Woods very well there. I fully understand.
Hey, so what do you think whenever somebody goes to you? I imagine you've been asked this the last few months. Does the basketball success mean anything for football in terms of pressure? Like you could now ask it with literally every sport, right? Does the women's basketball, does the baseball success, does the softball success? Because
hey, wrestling finished third.
Yeah, like does that mean anything for the pressure that is on the football team, or is that just like a kind of hacky sports talk radio topic?
Not to me. It's no. I mean, because they're such different entities, they go about their business so much different. It's such, No, I don't compare them. Like if the women's gymnastics team's doing real well, which is not, by the way, but if we're doing really well, would you say, well, why can't the football team be good? No, there's no correlation in my mind at all. I don't do that. I mean, obviously you can conjure up some contrived correlations that probably make some sense, but I don't do it. I don't see it.
I asked this question yesterday, Sip. I'm curious what you think because for the most part, every other sport is doing very well. I mentioned wrestling and, I mentioned, basketball, obviously baseball and softball are doing very well. Volleyball, we all know is, the bee's knees. And yet, when you have a signature sport like football, the athletic director is always tied to the success of the football team. And how many times have we seen athletic directors run out of town because the football team did not do what it was supposed to do? But do you think that the success of Nebraska's Olympic sports, and we have to assume over the course of time, let's just say they continue to perform well, do you think that buys Troy Dannon some grace with football?
No, not really. Okay. No, because it's kind of what we just established.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't think it should, and I don't think it would.
Okay.
The thing I'm wondering, I don't know, this is not entirely related, but John would be able to help me with this because we're older, Josh. I'm not pushing you away from the conversation, but when Nebraska was really rolling in the 90s, I remember this is an age-old discussion. The sports, how these sports in the Nebraska athletic department are interlinked or not interlinked.
Mm-hmm.
When the football program was really rolling in the 90s, my recollection, and I haven't looked back, and I should, was that it wasn't like the football program was rolling and everything else was rolling. I never thought, was there a trickle down effect? I just can't remember. I don't remember.
I mean, volleyball won their first title.
Yeah, I mean, that's when volleyball became truly a power on the national stage.
Men's basketball made 4 straight tourneys.
They did, but
they never won.
But they never won, yeah, famously.
But to Sip's point, a lot of that stuff was like putting extra sprinkles on your sundae.
Yeah.
Right.
The football was the ice cream, the whipped cream, the cherry on top. But, but I would say this. I wonder, Sip, if the fan landscape has changed in 30 years to where, I mean, volleyball was popular then, but not like it is today. Basketball had some popularity then, but not like it is today. Baseball, for certain, a lot more popular. I mean, baseball, you got 400 people to come to Buck Belzer. That was a huge deal. Today, it's 4,000. And so the attention, because we've become more of a sports-centered society than even we were 30 years ago, I do wonder if the dynamic has changed a little bit in terms of the relation to the big money sport, football, to all of the Olympic sports, because people seem to be paying attention to the smaller stuff more than we did 30 years ago.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Now, I think so. Here's what I'd say to that. If the volleyball team isn't playing for the national title virtually every year, or in that discussion virtually every year, what if they're 7th in the Big Ten? Are we talking about it like we're talking about it right now? No, we're not. If they're not, they're winning at an ungodly rate, so they're ungodly popular. I just wonder how much that popularity would be affected by if they went on a swoon, which I don't see coming, by the way. I wonder. I don't know.
I mean, are you surprised that the football popularity is still where it is, given that they're on this swoon of, I mean, I always say like at least a decade. I know that they haven't won a championship since 99, but I mean, the real swoon is now a decade old, and yet the stadium is still mostly filled, and football still drives a lot of the conversation, even though they have really nothing to show for it on fall Saturdays.
I don't know what to make of that. I think it's not odd in that it's so ingrained in our culture. So
yes,
if it's ingrained in your culture, in the fabric of your world, then it's not going to go away quickly, and it probably won't go away completely. But I do feel we're in an interesting, I mean, it's just a sense I have. I don't even know if you would have it or not. I do sense that it feels like things are changing, like the landscape's shifting a little in that regard, that the attention being paid to football is minimal. It's still significant, but it's far less significant than it usually has been. And I wonder how far it's going to go. That's what and how do you know? How would you know? If they start to win, then this conversation goes away. And if they start to win big. I just wonder, it's shifting, and it's always sort of hard to predict what the shift is going to look like completely. But man, there's just no question that there's just zero question in my mind that there's a lot of people checked out. I mean, on football, and there's a variety of factors. It's not just the fact that Nebraska's struggled. There's, it's the big picture conversation too that you guys have all the time about the way the game is now, the massive changes. A lot of people are turned off. Not everybody. And when the games start, they seem okay. But when the games start for Nebraska, it's not been very okay. But you always have to throw into that conversation that it's been much better than it was under the previous head coach. So it's tricky. I mean, it's kind of a tricky discussion in a sense. In a sense, it's not. It can be probably encapsulated in one sentence. Rule has improved the program, just not enough in the eyes of a lot of people.
It is going to be a fascinating watch over the next 4 or 5 months because this is the longest stretch we will go without, between spring and fall in terms of the football schedule. and how much that time, and let's just assume for the sake of the argument in the conversation that, Matt Rule continues to maintain a level of radio silence, the podcasting, a lot of that stuff, the appearances on other shows, that they really try to lay into the weeds a little bit. How much that absence and silence will impact people when we get to August, and that's usually when people really start to get lathered up about football, and whether or not some of the negativeness that we're feeling, perceiving, believing is out there right now will have subsided because, hey,
it's time.
You're
It's
not as
football
bitter
time.
at your ex-girlfriend 5 months down the road, but, the few days after the breakup happens, yeah, you're really bitter. But once you get down the road, it becomes a little bit less.
I don't know. I don't know how to read it. I don't know how to read that. Is he going to be radio? Is Rule going to be silent until Big Ten Media Days in late July?
I mean, compared to where he was last year, I think it'll be I'm not saying he's going to be a monk and go into hiding, but I do think he's going to do less appearances than he did last year.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm raising the possibility that we won't hear from him until in Chicago, in late July.
That's
I
possible.
Think it's possible. I don't know. My guess is no. I mean, it sounds rash to suggest that. It might be appearances on Sports Nightly type stuff, controlled environment, that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he'll go out into the wild, so to speak. That's what I wonder, if we'd see Rule in the wild. I don't know. He might not go out into the wild until Chicago in late July, Big Ten Media Days.
Sip, we've spent a lot of time over the last couple of months talking about the schedule, and I was doing some looking at various numbers this weekend, just kind of comparing it year over year. And I wonder if you think, is this a boogeyman? Are we making too much of this? Are we making not enough of how tough the schedule is? Or do you think that we're talking about it at just the right amount? Because I don't know, after doing a little research this weekend, I kind of left thinking we should actually be talking about it more, because I think it is going to be a real bear for them in the fall, especially in the Big Ten.
That's what I believe, Josh. And the main reason I believe it, it's more, I guess I go a little more specific because my concern is the defense and
defensive line,
specifically up front. Yeah. And I know how merciless Indiana will be if Nebraska is vulnerable. I know how merciless Oregon will be, Ohio State, Illinois, Iowa. If they can hammer it at you, which those teams can. I mean, I don't know exactly what. I mean, I watched Oregon against Iowa last year, and when they want to run it, they really roll now. I mean, they really will come at you. Oregon, okay, it's not me and John's father's Oregon. They come at you with multiple backs, and they all run downhill. I mean, they are so formidable that way. Indiana's that way. If Cignetti smells blood in Lincoln, it'll be like when Wisconsin came in here in the Riley years and ran it. They run it 32 straight times as a big flex. Those are the kind of things that if I were the coaching staff, I'd be thinking about it every day. Because those teams can do it. They can come in to your place and say, you know what, all we're going to do is run it at you. And if you can't stop it, then you're not going to be in the ball game, and we'll walk out of here, good. I mean, that's just, so I look at it very much that way. I think when you look at the schedule, the first thing you look at is that opponent, how well do they run it, and how do you think those teams I reeled off will be able to run? They can run it.
Yep.
Sip,
that's to me what it's about.
Yeah. Sip, you wrote today about the basketball off season and the different money that will be coming in, and the increase in the roster pool the money pool that Fred Hoiberg will have. And yet at the same time, while Nebraska's raised its bar, The rest of the sport has further raised the bar to where now they're quoting, 10, 11, 12 million or more to buy a really good roster. Nebraska is talking about 8 million kind of being the number. And that's a pretty size. I mean, between 8 and 12 million, that's a 50% increase. That's a sizable increase. So shouldn't that be a concern that, yes, while Nebraska has raised the bar, the rest of the sport has raised an already high bar? Why do you still feel confident that Nebraska can do more with less compared to some of its higher ranked contemporaries?
Because I think if you're in the 8 million range, you're at least in the ballpark. And Fred has proven he can do more with less, and he's going to have more. And I wrote in there, if I could put Dan and Fred Hoiberg on a lie detector, I'd like to know what that roster number is and how close to 10 it is, or how close to 10 they can get. I don't want to say you're splitting hairs, John, when you talk about, okay, so Nebraska's not on tier 1, which is what did Pete Nakos write? I think the tier 1 was like $12 to $15 million roster.
Right.
And then tier 2 was it the 10 to 12-ish?
Mm-hmm.
The question I have is, how close is Nebraska to tier 2? Do they touch tier 2? Are they close to 10 million? Or could they get close if they have to? That's what I want to know. But I wouldn't, based on what I've seen now, with the returning players, I'm not too worried about that $8 million dollar conversation. I know what their core is. Now you're looking now, what are they at? That's, you got to find a very good point guard, and that center probably better be in your top 3 players. Sandiford, Frager, and then whoever that guy is, he better be that, right? Like Rink was a top 3 player. People forget about it because he tailed off some during the season, but in the 20-game win streak, think about how good Rink was.
Yeah.
So this center's got to be one of your best 3 players. I think there's some pressure there that guy has. In my mind, he has to be that if you're going to keep rolling like you did. So let's just see. Let's just see how it plays out. We'll start to know that later in the week.
Yeah, Sip, you wrote in your column, you said, how far can Hoiberg take Nebraska's program? Suddenly the possibilities seem limitless. I wonder, I always find the season after like the breakthrough season really interesting, especially in college sports now, because if there was ever a time for them to be able to parlay success into more success, this is it. And so I almost think that 26-27 is going to be the season that kind of tells us what they will be as a program moving forward. Because if they can follow it up with another good season, that doesn't even have to mean going to the Sweet 16 again, but like another really nice regular season where there's no doubt that they're making the tournament. They fill the holes, and they like, then I think it says, okay, they can do this again more often, because then success will beget more success.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think it is. And you asked me, I think last week, about pressure. Like, how does this breakthrough season affect pressure? It's not like job pressure.
Yes.
But what you out like job pressure for Fred, obviously there's not that. Coach of the year. But AP, but there's that kind of pressure. And it's not really, that's a good pressure.
Yeah, this is the fun pressure.
In fact, you want that pressure. I mean, that's the pressure you invite. I mean, that's the exact kind of pressure you invite. It's the pressure that Duke lives with. All the top programs live with it, right? Mm-hmm. You want to live with that. Yeah, Josh, I think you're right. And I think there's a possibility, depending on what they get in the portal, that they can be better. With Sanford now, that story that Robin wrote last week, how he played the last 9 games with, sports hernia. Sanford a year later, a year older, and a year more mature, and a year stronger, and Frager. I mean, Frager should take a jump now. I mean, he's good. He's already good, really good, scary. Can be scary good. What if Frager could be measurably better? and then Burke, all those guys need to get better, but those two guys are really enticing, Sanford and Frager, because they were already good, but with room to get appreciably better.
The thing that that will be most interesting, and I agree with your point, Josh, because one of the reasons why Nebraska was able to do what it did this year was they were old and experienced. I mean, the guys that were at the core of what they did, like Mast, like Sam, they were old.
Lawrence.
And Lawrence
Price.
They were in the program for a while. And now you're going to lose some of that institutional knowledge, we'll call it. Obviously, Sanford is, tier 1 quality player in the league. I would probably argue, Sip, that when you look at your top 3 players, Sanford obviously is one of them because he is. Whoever replaces the center will be there. And I would say whoever is the point guard is there, because that's important too. And I know Nebraska at times, it didn't feel like at times they had like a true point guard.
Right.
But, they were able to fill that role thanks to some of the things that Jamarcus was able to do and a lot of the things that Sam was able to do.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would argue of those top 3 players, point guard has to be one of those 3 in this offense.
Yeah, that could be. Robin Washington has raised the possibility that it wouldn't even be a true point guard they get. Now, he knows a lot more than I do. Now, I will say this. I'm partial towards getting a point guard. Like I don't mean someone as good as Elliot Cadeau, although that would be wonderful. But a player like that, a player that runs the show, a pure initiator, that I like. I like that. I think that's the way. Fred's offense, you don't have to do that. But you don't want to go too far the other way either, like where you don't really have one. And I think that can be detrimental. But yeah, I just break it down this way. One of the guys they get's got to be one of their best 3.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's whether it's the point guard or the guard, however they want to call that position. And it could even be the stretch 4 that Robbins wrote about, that one of these guys might be a stretch 4. If he's the best player, that's fine. I just think one of them needs to be the best player, one of the 3 best players on the team.
Sip, last one. You're a big NBA guy. What do you think of North Carolina hiring Mike Malone?
It's a hard read. Malone's interesting. He's an interesting guy. He falls sort of under the killer category, which makes me believe he'll do very well. He's tough. He's a tough-minded guy. We're very familiar with him at Denver. He's a you take no prisoners type coach, which I think will work. It surprised me. I think they must have got down the list, right? And Malone's there, and his daughter's there, and all that. But I think his daughter plays volleyball there. But I like him. I like his persona. I like what he did. Come on, what he did. Look at his record in Denver, especially his late. I know he got fired, but they weren't bad that year. They weren't. They were good. So I'm intrigued, and I think it'll work. Is what I think.
I don't know if this particular case will work because of where it is, but I do think the new age of college sports makes it more possible for a pro-lifer to adapt to the college game better than maybe they were able to do 10, 20 years ago.
Yeah, John, isn't so much about what he puts around him. I think he's savvy enough. He's always struck me as a very savvy person. I think I think a lot of it's that, what he puts around him. Like with Fred, think about Fred's story. What he had around him initially wasn't working.
Mm-hmm.
In the form of Abdul Masi. And it took an AD coming in and being pretty heavy-handed to kind of change things around. What you have around you matters a lot.
Yes.
And Malone needs. Yeah, Malone. I would think, is smart enough to understand. I better have some guys around me that understand this landscape acutely. Now, John, it's also possible that Malone does. I mean, you don't have to spend all your time in it to sort of understand it. He probably has a pretty good working understanding of what he's getting into, I would hope.
Isn't it crazy? At North Carolina, the two coaches of the two biggest sports were guys who pretty much did all of their work in the pros and had success in the pros.
That's crazy nowadays.
It is.
Crazy enough, but not as crazy as it would have been 10 years ago.
Agreed. Sip, have a great rest of your Tuesday.
Yeah, that was a great. I really appreciate you guys. I do. It was a good discussion.
We appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Sipple.
All right, Peterson. See you later.
Bye-bye. Have a good day. Always fun to chat.
See, he can hear your sarcasm.
I wasn't being sarcastic.
Ripping through your
I love
your
talking to him.
voice from your pie hole.
Not to make people mad, but
oh God,
your pro to college sports stuff is really interesting when you consider that the head coach of Nebraska football really struggled in the NFL, and now college football is a lot like the NFL. 15 years ago, it didn't matter if you sucked in the pros. I didn't care. It was a different sport.
Mm-hmm.
Very similar now. No, I wasn't saying that, Nick. I was just saying it's interesting.
Now, the difference being that Matt Rule did have some experience and quite a bit of it in college before he went to the pros for a cup of coffee, and now is back in college. In the case of Michael
the same
Malone,
as it was back then.
Case of Michael Malone, he hasn't been around a college campus in 25, 30 years.
It's been a while. It had been basically since the Big Ten won their last national championship that he was coaching in college hoops.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
We have content.
We have to save this big email for tomorrow.
We are. We're going
But his email.
It was a good email.
It was. So we'll do that tomorrow.
Coming up.
What do we got?
We're gonna try to project the rosters. We got more feuding going on between the Texas Tech Red Raiders and the Big Ten.
Oh, good. Big 12.
Big 12. Watchability.
Ooh.
Gimmicked penalty doors, penalty box doors,
bad.
and Bill Belichick.
Now, your guy. You're going to suck up to him some more?
I don't suck up to Belichick. What do you mean?
He's bad? I never cared about this story in the first place. Everyone's making such a big deal.
Well, I didn't. I wasn't not as
interesting.
much as you all were.
Yeah, because it's funny that he sucks. You hated the guy, and now you defend him because you
I
don't like
defend
college
it.
football anymore.
I don't defend him. I just think it's very interesting that all these college people pushing their glasses up there and goes, "Hey, you don't belong here in our sport."
Remember when Urban Meyer went to the NFL and everybody did the same thing?
Well, but I'm not talking about Urban Meyer.
I'm just saying,
I'm
we
talking
always
about
do
Bill
this.
Belichick.
We always do this. We're always
Stop being so damn parochial. We're not parochial.
Yeah,
we
stop
cover
being
college.
a pierogi.
I
love both. You
we love
hate
both.
one. I love both. You love one of them. I love both, though. I'm a college football and an NFL fan.
I like
my
the
Saturdays
games.
and my Sundays.
I like the games.
You don't like the discourse? You
I
don't like talking about it? You don't like talking about all the fun things?
I don't like that the
happening?
Big Ten's trying to run everybody out of business.
And the SEC.
It's mostly the Big Ten.
The SEC. Who decided to add Oklahoma and Texas to their league? That kicked off all this stuff.
After
Was that the Big
Nebraska
Ten?
and Rutgers.
That
and
was
Maryland.
100 years ago.
Well, I'm just saying.
Rutgers and Maryland. That didn't mean squat.
Oh, yes, it did.
Can we kick them out?
All the cable channels, all those cable homes, Josh.
Kick them out. I don't
all
want
those
them.
cable homes. We needed those cable homes.
We need cable homes.
And now the Big Ten is in New York.
Thank God for cable. Nick loves cable.
So many people in the Big Ten care. So many people in New York care about the Big Ten.
That was a stretch.
Content is next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Weather from KETV Newswatch 7 is brought to you on 1620 The Zone by Certified Transmission.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Man, I miss the days when I would look at the pairings at the Masters and go, ooh, that's an interesting pairing. Now I don't understand most of them.
I was going to say, because you probably don't know the names of anybody, right?
Well, I recognize some of the names, but it's not like the personalities like they used to be like, ooh, they're putting Phil and Tiger together. Interesting.
That's fair.
Because the Masters is regulating out all the fun, the whimsical outfits that they could wear.
Is that true?
No.
One of the pairs will feature Rahm, my new favorite golfer.
Who's that?
Got her up. And Aberg.
Oberg.
A-B-G. Aberg.
See, I know you're confused, John, but you're an announcer, and you should understand sometimes names aren't pronounced the way that they're spelled.
Well, then
It's gotta be your
That's
Berg.
on them.
Interesting.
Justin Spieth.
Jordan.
Oh, Justin. Jordan Spieth. Rose and Brooks Koepka. They're all together.
I don't understand you. If we get outside of the John sports sphere, he just sounds like a 2-year-old reading names.
It's fun. It's fun to read these names.
I want you to do that during college basketball season next year. If it's so fun, you should do it during hoops. Or you know what? You got a baseball game tomorrow night. You should start doing that. Who's great and playing?
You know what you should do?
Shut up.
And listen to Nick read content.
Oh, I bet these questions are going to be good.
I bet they're going to be great.
As discussed earlier, way earlier, a few local hoopsters, that's what we're calling them, entered their names into the portal. Within a couple weeks, we should know how teams' rosters will look rebuilt. Do you think we'll be surprised one way or another with how Creighton and Nebraska's will look?
Surprise. I guess by surprise, it would either have to be going way above and beyond or shooting way low. Like bringing in people that it was just like, really?
Like slop?
Not slop, but just folks that are coming like way off the radar. I think both will take a measured approach to this, knowing that they're not spending at the top dollar. Certainly Creighton might have a little bit of sticker shock after, last year with the spending spree, but I think we will see them spend within their means. Nothing will hit us as, wow, I can't believe they got that guy, or wow, I can't believe they got that guy.
See, I think there will be one, wow, I can't believe they got that guy in a positive way for Nebraska, and one, wow, I can't believe they got that guy in a negative way for Creighton. But otherwise, they will stay.
Homer.
No, not a homer. I don't know what you're talking about. Nick asked a question. I gave an answer. It's a post-Greg McDermott world. Things are different now. And we talked about with Sipple. I think Nebraska's living off of a high life at this moment in time. I think they'll land one player that people are like, whoa, look at that dude. And Creighton will land one. Oh, look at that dude. But otherwise, it'll be pretty solid.
Last week, Cody Campbell fired off on Texas Tech, playing Houston on Friday this September. On Monday, Joey McGuire followed suit. Will this noise mean anything for John's favorite college sports commissioner?
It will not. Brett Yormark and company will tell him to go pound sand when we get the early TV sketch. Now, I think this game is week 4, so we would learn about it because it's a Friday night. They are going to announce it, and there will be many more comments at the end of next month or early June when this all goes down. They can't stop it from happening. Again, to quote Don Draper, Nick, that's what the money is for. That's how they're able to do the things that they do.
It's a good show.
Because it's a great show. Mount Rushmore of shows. That is why they do it. You get money. We give you money. You play on Fridays. That's what happens. But you never say thank you. That's what the money is for.
What did people use as a comparative device before Mount Rushmore existed?
Excellent question, Nick. I have no idea. Is that it's one of the 7 wonders of the world?
Famously, they weren't. There wasn't sports talk radio before Mount Rushmore.
That's actually true.
Thus, we didn't ask Mount Rushmore questions, or folks didn't ask Mount Rushmore questions. So
surprised there wasn't sports talk radio in the 20s.
Well, there was barely radio in the 20s. It had just really come about. There was a lot of band music, and
it's just a fad. TCU and Coach Sonny Dykes have agreed on a multi-year contract extension. The school announced this on Friday. He had been under contract through 2028, though we don't know how many years they added to his deal. TCU has gone 36-17 since Dykes took over as Horned Frogs coach in 2022, including a trip to the College Football Playoff National Championship game that first season. Is it a good idea to give him more time?
I mean, if you're TCU, I suppose it is. You're not in a great position right now. You're in the Big 12. You're not in one of the rich boy conferences. Yet, TCU is still having some success, maybe not as much as they did in that very first year. What will be interesting to see is if this relationship lasts through the length of the contract. The odds are no, it won't. But I don't think it's a terrible decision.
Yeah, so they went 13-2 that year, lost in the Natty to Georgia. Then they followed that up with the 5-7 stinker, including that loss to Colorado. But back-to-back 9-4 seasons, 8-4 in the regular season each year. They've won their bowl. They have not finished higher than 5th in the Big 12. I'll say this. I think that this is a program that actually knows its current place in the sport. Because I think some irrational people would say, wow, he's kind of stunk. He hasn't made it back to the playoff. He hasn't made it to a Natty. Where, like, that was an insane outlier.
Sure,
and they had a great run. And look, they had to compete with Texas. They were still in the league. And Oklahoma, they were still in the league. So it's not like they did it in a different version of the conference. I think at some point in time soon, people will be like, can you make it back to the playoff? But he's also in the same league with Texas Tech. And they're, even though they cry about Fridays, they do spend a lot of money on their team. By the way, Nick, to answer your previous question, not content related, but Mount Rushmore related. Matt McMaster says, who's on your Continental Congress of Roman Emperors?
Maybe
that's what they would have said.
That's good.
Nice pull by McMaster.
That is a good pull for McMaster. Thank you, McMaster, for that pull.
Another nice pull, Matt.
ESPN put together a watchability index for all 30 teams in Major League Baseball this season. Where are our teams, you ask?
Where are our teams, Nick?
Well, let me tell you.
Okay.
John's Cubs are 8th. Josh's Royals are 10th. Josh's Mariners, 6th.
Hell yeah.
Josh's Boston Red Sox, which I was trying to pull up and get to, which is why I was stalling before we got to McMaster, but I'm not finding it. I know that they're not in the... Oh, they're 4th.
I don't like the Red Sox anymore.
Wow, what a bandwagon front runner we got.
I don't like the
Red
Red Sox. They stink. They're 2-8.
My Rockies are 30th.
There are only
would
30
be last.
teams.
That's bad.
Eek.
The Phillies are number 1, by the way. What do we think of this?
I mean, shout out to the Mariners. Hell yeah, higher than the Cubs. We all agree on this. Big Dumper hit a home run last night. Shout out to you, Big Dumper.
Good. Congrats. You finally found the ball.
I will say this. I would move the Cubs up maybe to 2nd because you never know which arm is going to detach and fly off into the stand.
Is that also what your parents said to you when you went potty for the first time by yourself? Congrats to you, Big Dumper.
Sadly, I think the Cubs are going to be sliding down the rankings.
What?
Are the Royals really 10th?
I mean, they play a fun brand of baseball. Jack Caglione swings at every pitch known to mankind.
He would be great on the Rockies.
That guy loves swinging and missing.
But if you're watching the Royals, that means you got to listen to what's his name.
No, that's on the radio.
No. I'm talking about the
Jake Eisenberg.
No,
you jerk.
We like Jake.
No. The color analyst.
Rex.
Rex.
Yeah, that guy stinks.
I mean, that alone should cost him like 5 or 6 spots.
Just turn the volume down and turn on a record, John. Maybe the White Album.
I mean,
what's the best Beatles album?
I guess the good news is
Sgt. Pepper's.
Now that the Royals are on this, random internet network, I'm blacked out from them. I can't watch them because they're not on YouTube TV.
They're not. That's true.
So I get 0 Royals games. 0.
We're watching them every night. Go Royals. And Mariners. Go Royals and Mariners. Sad Husker fan, why would you refer a team 1,500 miles and 2 time zones away? Because they had my first favorite baseball player on their team, Ken Griffey Jr. Then they had my second favorite baseball team.
What
Ichiro
difference does it
Suzuki.
make how far away they are?
I don't know.
You can be a fan of anybody, wherever they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why Nick's a fan of McLaren
that's a whole Kansas City thing. Why aren't you a fan of the Royals? They're only 2 hours away. Well,
3 hours.
I also like the Hiroshima Carp.
2 if you go fast.
Whoa.
They actually exist because of that. So in a way, we invented them.
Thank you, Nukes.
Thank you,
Nick.
Nukes.
Wow.
The Omaha Supernovas fired their coach, Luca Slaby.
You're the fan of the team.
Here we thought.
Well, I mean, this was his first year. I didn't really learn his name.
You didn't learn his name?
No.
Keep asking the question.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't because it was an 11-11 season. That's probably why he got fired.
They're 500. That's Matt Rule's 500.
Thomas Robson was promoted to interim head coach for the remainder of the season.
Oh, wow.
What are the odds general manager John Cook takes over?
Well, given that Nick just told us that somebody else took over, probably small.
Well, like on a full-time basis.
Probably. 0.0.
It's weird that this happened. The timing of it, because I just happened to be driving home.
I mean, you often drive.
No, but driving home, and I noticed the Supernova billboard. And
were they taking his face off?
No. It was a digital billboard.
Okay.
But it had one of the players, I couldn't tell which player, and John Cook on the billboard. And it got me thinking, how many teams
Probably
when they promote, hey, come watch our product. Hey, here's our general manager. I mean, I can't
imagine anybody else.
I'm not
does
saying
that.
it's not a good idea because you're drawing the connection to
The
Nebraska
Eagles could do it with
volleyball.
Howie Roseman.
I know he's not the GM, but maybe the Cowboys should lean more into, old glory hole.
Sadly, I bet his face is on a banner.
Yeah.
Oh, they definitely are.
Yeah.
It would be fascinating if John Cook decided, yeah, you know what? I think I like this coach GM thing.
That would be wild.
I don't think he'll do that.
No, I'll say 0%.
I don't think he'll do
I
that.
guarantee it.
This is their third coaching change since they've existed, by the way.
And it won't snow anymore.
And they won a title.
Yeah, they won a title with their interim coach, Bird.
Unbelievable.
Was what she went by. Then they fired her for some reason. Don't know why. She was good.
Call.
Exactly, Josh. The NHL is investigating why a penalty box door was not properly sealed in Buffalo, leading to Tampa Bay Lightning Pontius Holmberg.
Pontius Pilate?
Oh, no.
Holmberg.
Injuring his arm when he crashed into it. Lightning coach John Cooper even questioned whether the penalty box attendant should be fired for not making sure it was shut. Thoughts? Also, is it fine to name people Pontius now? That feels like it's like the Mr. H of his day.
I mean, but it's so long ago now.
So you think like 2,000 years from now, people are going to be like, oh, come on, little Adolf.
They might be.
Wow. I mean, you got a weird injury happening where a dude hits the door and gets hurt.
And Nick's focused on Pontius.
And Nick's focused on Pontius.
That feels wild.
It is a wild
Maybe
name.
it's pronounced Pontius, or maybe it's Oberg.
There you go, John. Good job by you knowing how to pronunciate things.
Knowing how to pronunciate things?
Pronounce things. I was just doing a U. I was doing a John.
Oh,
I'll
no,
just
you
say
weren't.
words funny.
No, you weren't.
I said
This
Marine
is-
Corpse one time, and you freaked out about it. You still yell at me a decade later.
No, I didn't. I was laughing. It was funny. This
Apparently
is
it's
weird,
Pontius.
though.
Oh,
This,
so it's not Pontius.
this is weird, though, that somehow the door didn't latch and he just happened to hit it in the wrong spot.
Always got to latch your doors.
It's true.
Always. It's
Had
very
your
important.
kids. Had your wife.
Excellent reference, Nick.
It does seem pretty harsh, though, to fire the guy. I'm sure he didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah, probably not, but I mean, you can't make a mistake.
Ironic.
What?
Pontius got betrayed this time. Remember when Tennessee...
Well done, Nick.
Thank you.
Give yourself one.
I can't.
I can't. Oh, that's right. It's still broken. Damn it.
Remember when Tennessee women's basketball was the queen of the ball? Today, if they were to play a game, they would have one player or three fewer than Nebraska had on the floor against the Hawkeyes.
Wow.
Go Hawks. Every Vol with eligibility has left the program, and their top recruit just asked for a release from her letter of intent. My, how the mighty have fallen.
Dude, that program, when I was growing up, I mean, they were
They're the best.
They were the best. The absolute best. We've talked about before with Ryan McGee. Pat Summit, what she did there was incredible. And now they have one player.
They have one player.
Did they fire their coach? Why did everybody leave?
Well, no, it's her second year.
And I thought that they had a newer
apparently it triggered Holly Rowe to the
She-
point where she tweeted about it and actually went after Danny White, the athletic director, for allowing this to happen. And then she later deleted the tweet.
Awkward. Very
Probably
awkward.
because, ESPN's in bed with the SEC and the Tennessee probably said, what are you doing?
Yeah.
But this is tough, man.
Yikes.
I mean, Tennessee, everybody's out. Their recruiting class out. It just goes to show you, even the mightiest can fall all the way down.
Stib says, didn't Judas do the betrayal?
Yeah, that was a Nick fact. Pontius Pilate was the guy who's like, go ahead and crucify.
See, I just thought you were making a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Judas.
Yeah, that was Judas.
Wow, look at Stibbs doing the whole religious
Stibbs went to church.
push his glasses up his nose.
Yeah.
Well,
I thought it was just a funny joke. Yeah.
I thought it was too.
Judas betrayed him for like 30 pieces of silver or something like that.
Yeah.
Just a couple bucks.
Pretty weak.
Gas prices,
Now, if like somebody offered me $5 to betray you, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
$5.
I need gas.
Wow. That's $1 gallon.
$5?
That's 1 gallon.
It's barely a gallon.
Times are tough. Folks, Bill Belichick is being sued by a painter named Andrew Jackson.
What?
Somehow, yeah. He claims he fell during a painting job in June 2024 due to unsafe work conditions. The suit states that Belichick's home had improperly maintained coverings used to protect the floor and furniture. Jackson claims this created a dangerous and unsafe environment for him to work in. John, do you really want to continue supporting Bill? Which is also what I said to him in the 90s.
Wait a second.
I'm just a Bill.
Isn't it the painter's job to maintain the coverings to protect the furniture?
You would think so, yeah.
So why was this Belichick's
Because
fault?
Belichick was probably going over there and pushing him around.
I mean,
he's
well,
probably yanking on him.
I
He
highly
was taking
doubt.
a break and he said, no days off.
I highly doubt that while this dude was painting, he was over there jostling things around and making it more dangerous.
I believe the painter. I stand with painters.
Also, if you get an opportunity to sue Bill Belichick, wouldn't you?
You're out on Leonardo da Vinci, John?
I'm guessing Leonardo da Vinci took care of his own, floor covering.
What about Picasso?
I'm guessing he also took care of his
Never
own
got
floor
into
covering.
Picasso.
You think Mr. H took care of his own coverings?
What a question, Nick. I have no idea. I literally cannot fathom how he painted.
By the way, why is it so odd that he's named Andrew Jackson? Those are two very common names.
Because it's a famous historical figure in American history.
I understand that, but how many other Andy Jacksons are in the world?
I don't know. He
Probably
should have a middle initial like
probably-
Michael B. Jordan,
probably-
Andrew C. Jackson. He needs to go by 3 things, not just 2.
I think it's been long enough away since Andrew Jackson was around. Most people don't even know who Andrew Jackson was.
Wow.
I bet they don't.
They need to go to history class.
They do.
It's like when you name your son David Duke.
The basketball David Duke.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Dennis-
I think it's incumbent on the painter to make sure that the floor coverings are taken
unless
care of.
Belichick's trying to mess him up.
You really think Belichick, who's probably too busy being drug around by the earlobes by his girlfriend to all of her cheerleading expositions, has time to be messing around with the floor coverings while some dude's painting his house?
Excellent question. Kenneth says, did you know that Lincoln had a secretary named Kennedy and Kennedy had a secretary named Lincoln?
Oh, crazy.
No wonder they both.
Yeah, but did you know that Kennedy probably did his secretary named Lincoln while Lincoln probably didn't do his secretary named Kennedy?
This one's for the secretary. And then Stib says, would you name a kid George Washington, Sean? Yeah, you would. Well, it's been 300 years. Why is it such a big deal?
Okay, I think we can all agree.
250.
George Washington, far more famous than Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Jackson is really famous, though.
And
no,
he-
not George Washington famous.
He was the
This
7th
is like
president.
This is
He
like
did like
comparing
genocide.
This is like comparing Michael Jordan to Dennis Johnson.
He's on the $20 bill.
I'm just a bill. He is on a bill.
So
That's crazy. You're a crazy
he's not
person.
that okay. Again, Michael Jordan, Dennis Johnson.
Hmm.
That's how famous he is.
7th POTUS. That's 40 POTUSes ago.
Isn't there a song about Andrew Jackson?
I mean, John Adams was a president too. You know, rock and roll. Oh my God!
I haven't had a guy paint my house named John Adams, but if I did, I'd be like, holy crap, your name is John Adams? That's wild. His parents knew what they were doing, naming him Andrew Jackson. Get out of here.
They did not.
Yes, they did. You think his parents are idiots?
Probably.
Trust in people not knowing
Obviously,
any history.
Probably not smart enough to know how to put down his floor coverings properly.
He was, wow. This guy, I hope he wins the suit. Hope he wins.
Me too.
Yeah. I stand with the painter.
You stand with Andrew Jackson. Say it, Josh.
I stand with Andrew Jackson.
And everything he
the
believes in.
painting Andrew Jackson.
I'm guessing this dude's going to lose his shirt.
Yeah, he probably will.
Because-
Schaefer says Andrew Jackson won a duel as a president.
Cool.
Wow. I can't
You
believe
try winning a
George
duel,
Washington
John.
won a damn war.
He didn't have teeth.
To be fair, you have to win a duel.
Fair. I mean, you could say he lost it.
Yeah, if he would have lost it, he would have been dead.
Well, he's still people die and are still famous. Again, Lincoln. He's super famous. Kennedy. Super famous. And others.
Coming up next.
On that note,
Dinner. What stupid tangents will we go off on now?
who knows? Only a few minutes left to find out.
1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Alex Drake, your local mortgage expert from Lincoln Federal Savings Bank. I'm here to guide you with personalized service, low down payment options, quick approvals, and low rates and fees. Let's get you pre-qualified today so that you know what you can afford before you start shopping. Call me today at 402-493-5599 or visit lincolnfed.com. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Personal banking like you remember.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death.
I'll eat
my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
All right, so I brought my lunch and didn't eat it because we had pizza here, and so I'm gonna go home.
So now it's gonna be all like warm and.
No, there's stuff in there to keep it cold.
You sure you kept it cold enough?
It's very cold.
I mean, you have been guilty of eating foods that were out a little too long before.
Why don't you just put it in the fridge?
Great point, Nick.
Very cold.
We do have refrigerators here. We're not in the 18th century in this place.
Or Fremont.
So I'll do mashed potatoes. Got 'em. Mashed potatoes, some roast. It'll be great.
Nice.
Well, on that note, I am having basically the same thing, but in bowl variety. It's beef stew night.
Nice.
Okay, now you can't say that. Literally, beef stew and the roast beef dinner that you're having is
But it's a
close
stew.
to the same thing.
I don't want no stew.
You know what a stew means? It means it's in gravy.
I do like gravy now.
And we're
I
making
had
it with the
biscuits and gravy on Sunday. Oh, so good.
Nice.
we're making it with the leftover prime rib that we had.
Yum.
Nice.
So it's beef stew. It's prime rib stew.
We did a spiral ham for Easter, so we've been having to get creative making things with that. So I had a ham and egg sandwich last night.
Nice.
Tonight, a friend invited us to dinner at their place, so we're gonna eat non-ham for the first time.
What are they
in a few
making?
days. I don't know.
I hope they
can't wait
make
to find out.
ham.
Steve says more like beef poo. Am I right?
Oh, get
Henry
outta
has
here.
beef stew sucks. Juan says beef slop. All right, I've got to read
We
something.
have so many dumb people in our audience. It's
Yes.
it's staggering.
You're in our audience, John. All right.
I am not.
Mike Schaefer has followed up
listening.
about one of the assassination attempts on a president. This was apparently the first assassination attempt ever. This was on Andrew Jackson, very famous. Now, what was the Andrew Jackson
But he's
we
like
just
the
spoke
Dennis
about?
Johnson to the Michael Jordan.
He
of
was a
presidents.
painter. You ready for this? January 30th, 1835. Richard Lawrence, an unemployed house painter from England, aimed a pistol at Andrew Jackson, which misfired. Lawrence pulled out a second pistol, which also misfired. Jackson attacked Lawrence with his cane until others intervened to restrain Lawrence, who was later found not guilty by reason of insanity and institutionalized. Wow. Painters. What's going on
Exactly.
with
You
painters?
can't trust them.
What's going on with
That's why I
painters?
stand with Bill.
Stibbs says, are you going to have some trash pie after that stew?
Actually, we do have some pie left over from Easter. So there you go, Stibbs. I'm going to have a great meal, and you're going to suffer.
Bye.
Bye.